This public hearing of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's inquiry into local government funding and fiscal sustainability. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their ancestors and their elders past, present and future. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 28 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now call on representatives from the Forbes Shire Council and the New South Wales farmers to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Daniel Spear, Director of Infrastructure and Works.
Stefan Maru, Director Corporate Services, Forbes Shire Council.
Thank you. And online?
Ellen Welch, Ellen Welch, New South Wales Farmers Policy Director.
Yeah, John Lowe, Chair, Business, Economics and Trade Committee, New South Wales Farmers.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference. I'll just start. So Fiona Phillips, the member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast, and joining us by teleconference today.
Alison Penfold, member for Lyme, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Jo Brisky, member for Maribyrnong in Metro Melbourne.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, and we'll start with Forbes Shire Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Standing Committee for providing us the chance to address this committee today on what is a subject of crucial importance to the future of local government, and especially rural councils like ours, Forbes Shire Council. First, like to apologise for the absence of our Mayor, Madam Phyllis Miller, and our Interim General Manager, Mr Stephen Dunshea. Both Phyllis and Stephen are attending the Local Government New South Wales Rural and Regional Summit in Sydney today, so Forbes Shire Council will be represented by myself and Dan Spear. It's hard to believe, but this is actually the second time Dan Spear and I have attended an inquiry into the financial sustainability of local government in the last 2 years. And by our count, there had already been at least 7 inquiries of various forms into the subject. Happy for everybody to fact check that, and I can try and find the names for you if required. The last inquiry we attended was very aptly held on 30th of June 2024, and due to delayed payments for flood damage repairs, myself and our CFO were eagerly awaiting confirmation that the financial assistance grants will be brought forward that year. For context, this turns out to be the difference between a positive or a negative unrestricted cash balance for Forbes Shire Council. And what that means in layman's terms is whether or not we as a council were bankrupt or not. This is how the questions of financial sustainability look at the coalface for rural councils like ours. On the subject of inquiries, submissions to each of these inquiries to date have raised pretty much the same points. All councils are facing significant financial challenges. The local government sector maintains a huge infrastructure network with limited funds, and the state of our assets is deteriorating significantly. The allocation of federal tax revenue to the local government sector through the financial assistance grants has dropped considerably as a percentage of Commonwealth tax revenue, and we'll talk about this a little bit today in our submission, I hope. Rural councils are highly grant dependent and do not have the opportunities for own source revenue that their metro cousins do. Red tape and service reductions to the bush are killing rural communities, and rate pegging in its current form is far too restrictive, as well as cost shifting, which is breaking the back of smaller councils. Each year, the JLT Public Sector Risk Report lists financial sustainability as a #1 risk for local government, and each year the number of councils struggling financially increases. Despite the inquiries and the sector understanding the seriousness of the crisis, nothing really changes. Forbes Shire Council has recorded net operating losses in the majority of our past 9 years. This is not mismanagement. It's the reality for rural councils across Australia. Costs for everything we do, roads, labour, materials, compliance, insurance, are all rising faster than both CPI and the rate peg, while grants such as the financial assistance grants have reduced from 1% of Commonwealth tax revenue in the 1990s to around 0.51% today. At the same time, councils like Forbes Shire Council are absorbing more than $1 million a year in cost shifting. According to the ALGA 2024 National State of the Assets Report, of the 3 levels of government in Australia, local government is by far the most asset intensive. With around $60 billion of total revenue in 22-23, this number is dwarfed by $634 billion value in total assets under control. We maintain, for example, 70% of the national road network by length. For the 25-26 financial year, the total financial assistance grants budget was only $3.45 billion. The revenue impact of the FAGS grants on rural councils is much greater, with 16% of Forbes Shire Council's general fund revenue, excluding capital grants, coming from the financial assistance grants. $3.45 billion represents roughly 0.51% of Commonwealth tax revenue, and a small increase in this minor allocation from a federal budget perspective would have a huge impact on councils like Forbes Shire Council. Our submission is only one of 249 submissions to this inquiry, and we're extremely grateful to be provided with the opportunity to speak today. We have structured our submission to include clear recommendations in relation to our key points, and we are more than happy to use our allotted time to talk through and answer questions on each one of our recommendations. Our key message is clear. The federal government can do one simple thing to assist rural councils: raise the financial assistance grants back to 1% of Commonwealth tax revenue. This would be transformational for rural Australia. We're not asking for much, just an extra 0.49% of taxation revenue. Give the local government sector the 1% of taxation revenue it deserves, and we welcome the federal government retaining the remaining 99%. Thank you for your time, committee.
Thank you. And now I might go to New South Wales farmers to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee today to provide evidence on this important inquiry into local government funding and sustainability. As a state farming organisation, New South Wales farmers represent the interests of its farmer members in New South Wales across all agricultural commodities and advocates for a profitable and sustainable New South Wales farming sector. It is critical that the local government adequately and efficiently resource to meet the service and infrastructure needs of rural and regional and remote communities. Importantly, this includes the farm sector and agricultural businesses that underpin them around much of New South Wales. Though throughout our submission to this inquiry, the recent New South Wales Parliamentary inquiry, New South Wales farmers have highlighted the need for financial grant funding to be restored to 1% of Commonwealth tax. In addition to a pause on special variation rate applications by councils. The urgent need for the restoration of financial assistance grants has also been recommended by the New South Wales Parliamentary inquiry into the ability of local government to fund infrastructure and services, which reported in late 2024 and was further confirmed by the New South Wales Government in their official response to the inquiry. Simultaneously, the current reliance on special variation rates by some councils to overcome these financial challenges is having a significant disproportionate impact on farm businesses in those areas, requiring them to absorb sudden, steep and cumulative rate increases. Ultimately, we need a more sustainable model for road funding that moves away from project-based funding for more reliable and regular sources that will provide councils greater certainty to adequately manage their infrastructure responsibility. especially those roads which are the lifeblood of rural communities and farm supply chains. Project-based funding often biases councils with more resources to manage applications, and upfront payments for works prior to reimbursement. More often than not, this disadvantages councils in the region that do not have the resources or these resources like their urban counterparts. To maintain local government viability, councils need adequate road infrastructure in rural communities. It is also resilient to the increasing pressures both from natural disasters and also changing traffic use. This necessitates action to increase funding pool to provide ongoing certainty for councils in rural areas. For these reasons, there is a need for the Australian government to act urgently to move away from project-based funding and instead create reliable and regular funding sources for councils in the regions. This will provide greater certainty and to adequately manage their infrastructure responsibilities. A sustainable model for road funding matters for agriculture because it is essential to enable councils to better deliver road maintenance and repairs into the future. We look forward to the committee's questions today, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I will start. We've got committee members on teleconference as well, so we'll go from questions from each. So I'd just like to start, and this is a question for Forbes Shire Council, and I really want to thank you for your original submission to the previous inquiry, this one, and also appearing again as part of this inquiry, and really for your focus addressing the terms of reference in your submission. That's really appreciated. I would say that this particular inquiry has a much sharper focus on the financial interactions between all the levels of government. We're really trying to map all the different sorts of revenue that's coming from different levels of government and trying to work out, is there a better way of, I guess, providing that support to local government. So that's pretty much the difference with this particular inquiry, a much sharper focus. So given that in mind, how do you think local government can be best placed to deliver on local priorities that also align with state and federal objectives, such as those around community infrastructure?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the New South Wales farmers have actually just touched on part of the answer. One of the councils like ours are highly reliant on grant funding for their operations. So you have tied grants, you have untied grants. So in terms of the untied grants, the financial assistance grants are obviously our main source of untied grants. Part of that is obviously allocated to the road network, and the other part of it is allocated as we wish as a council. So in terms of how best to meet the needs of our local community, but also aligning that with the direction that the state and the federal government wants to go, the R2R program is I'll take a step back. There's probably two things. Within the financial assistance grants, we can spend that as we want. The state government has the IPNR process, which means we are in constant discussion with our community on what projects our community wants to fund, what level of service we are to have with our community. And so that IPNR process does give us that local democracy to allocate funds in the best way possible for our local community. So that's the IPNR process works really, really well. If you want to get the best results for a local area, the level of government that's closest to that local area is best placed to provide those results. So that's for the completely untied grants. The R2R example, the Roads to Recovery example, we've basically used this in our submission. We find that when there's project-based grants, exactly as the New South Wales farmers have mentioned, people like Dan Spear are spending days preparing grants to apply for the replacement of a bridge, making sure there's proper designs, making sure we've done all the consultation that needs to be done, only to have a 5% chance of actually getting that grant. The R2R program, however, I guess helps to meet, really works well in the fact that it helps the local priorities are set by us. We as council set the local priorities. We know which roads need work. We know which buildings need to be replaced, and we can set those priorities ourselves. However, the funding is allocated on the basis of rules that are set at the state and federal government. You provide us a pot of money saying this is the direction we want local government to generally go in relation to these funds, and then we see how that funding should be divvied up across projects within our shire. And I think if you needed a model on how funding should work, we do need the untied portion, and we do need more of the untied portion, because so much of what we do is for the day-to-day works. But if it is for project funding, you set a direction, you provide a bucket of money, and then we as councils at the local level decide how that funding will be allocated across projects that are determined in conjunction with our community through the IPNR process.
So, like, so similar to the Roads to Recovery.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roads to Recovery is by far the best funding model. The red tape is very limited. It's easy to administer. You have set parameters. You just select your project within those parameters. You put the project up. It gets approved very quickly. You can get on with doing the project. It's very, very, very easy to administer, and that's the way it needs to be.
Okay, all right. So, thank you for that. I might just have a question for, not sure who wants to answer it, the New South Wales farmers. And just going on that, and I know, thank you, you've talked about, you know, the significant pressures. I myself am from a farming background of 6 generations, and I really acknowledge that relationship between, obviously, local councils and farmers. They're pivotal parts of the community, both sectors. So I just want to ask, and I know you mentioned about roads, and we've just had that discussion then about the Roads to Recovery. Is that a model that you're familiar with, the Roads to Recovery model?
Well, I might defer to Ellen in a minute. I'm not completely across the Roads to Recovery mechanism, apart from knowing it exists. But on a side note, I do notice that some of my local governments in my area have been trying to get some of their local roads transferred to a state structure, and that process being stalled. So, unfortunately, there sometimes seems to be the problem where cost shifting is easily handed to councils, but it's very hard to hand it back. Ellen, have you heard?
Yeah, I think what I can add to that is we are familiar with that model. I think as we just heard from Forbes Council, there's a need for both those kinds of programs and the untied programs. Anecdotally, what we hear from members are some of the pressures that delay road repairs or maintenance in their council areas, so that the smaller projects where there might be the ability to do some smaller preventative works are harder to get funding for because they're not a big, shiny, urgent project. And then the cumulative impact of not being able to do those things in a more flexible way leads to bigger blowouts when a problem like a disaster happens and the road is completely destroyed because they couldn't make small investments to make it more resilient. And then you get a closure that might be, in place for a couple of weeks or a couple of months. But from a farming perspective, we're always very cautious that we are not the expert in terms of council management of infrastructure. We are focused on the need to have a resilient and stable and effective road network that's operating well. So we always defer to them in terms of the more operational details of what will make things work best for their organisations in terms of how to maintain and repair the network in their areas.
Yeah, and I guess that's sort of the point, like if Roads to Recovery is working well and fixing roads, then hopefully your members would be happy with that as well. So that's great.
Exactly.
Yeah. I might go to the Deputy... Oh, actually, no, I might go to Ms. Bruce.
If I could just quickly.
Sorry?
If I just could add quickly,
Yeah, sure.
Don Lowe. I've been talking to some of my local mayors in the district, and they were keen to outline where programs like Roads to Recovery are really helpful. They're still suffering from the point where costs of road maintenance and betterment has been rising at a far greater rate than any increase in funding for road at the moment, and the quality of materials that are available in the current international process is less than what it used to be, and so the outcomes are not going to be as good as we'd hoped.
Just on that, in terms of betterment funding, obviously disaster funding arrangements, has your council benefited from betterment funding during disasters?
Yeah. So we're in the early stages. So we received betterment funding of about $11.4 million, and we're doing about I think 16 locations, including a new bridge. So we're in the planning stages to deliver those projects. We will think from those projects we'll see road closures from flood events being significantly less. So the length that the road is usually closed is not because of the water over the road, it's the damage to the road. So we see that these roads, when they're being repaired, I've been there for 20 years and see the same bit of road repaired over and over again. Whereas this time we're hoping these betterment funds will actually ensure that the road will actually be reopened as soon as the water's receded and it's in a condition that's safe for the travelling public. So we see betterment as definitely the way of the future. Build Back Better is by far the best option.
Yeah, and look, that's obviously a consistent theme that we're hearing through our committee hearings. And yeah, I myself come from a very disaster sort of prone area as well, and I think that lesson early on about the need to build back better is a really important one. So, yeah.
Forbes is very prone to flooding, and we can be flooding for months on end.
Yeah.
So to have roads underwater for a significant amount of time, and traffic is usually using those with just a small amount of water over them, but what that does is destroy the road pretty much. Yeah. And then once the road actually has, the water has receded, what we find is that we spend a lot of considerable amount of money just getting it open before we even do the proper repair. But then we do the repair, and then 2 years later we get another flood and the same bit of road is damaged. So makes no sense to be doing that over and over again. So these 16 odd locations that we're doing betterment on should make a big difference.
Yeah, great. All right, thank you. Might go to Ms. Brisky.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And appreciate the time everyone's taken to submit to our inquiry and give evidence to us today. I had a question for Shire Council. You've talked about the administration burden of a local government in dealing with both state and federal government. I'm wondering whether you've had some thinking around how better to streamline this, and whether there's some greater kind of efficiencies in how that is done, and how we might improve that. Whether you've had some thinking around that.
Yeah. Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, there are a few things that can be done. So on the standardisation, I guess, of grant applications would be one that could help reduce the administrative burden. The other one is, as we've discussed with the R2R program, our Director of Infrastructure and Works, Dan Spear, has already mentioned that this is probably the least administratively taxing grant model that we have as a council, moving towards those grants where you provide us with a pot of money and you have a very simple application process where we're not trying to justify every single local decision with community consultation, with cost-benefit analysis, with all this other pre-designs and studies for every single thing we need when we're a small rural council and we don't have the resources to do that. So if you want to talk about administrative burden, I guess one of the examples we use, I had one of the staff members of Forbes Shire Council came up and handed me the 1990 annual report, which was 1 page long. Our current annual report report, I think from memory, is over 190 pages, including the financial statements. And so we talk about things, administrative burden for things like modern slavery reporting. So we have all this reporting we need to do as a council, and all this legislation is brought in for good reasons, for the right reasons. But then we're burdened with having to prepare 5 pages within our annual report on what we are doing to address modern slavery. When we have very little control over our supply chains, we do not have the oversight over our supply chains to say what we are and aren't doing in this space. So I think if you're a larger council in Sydney, it's probably easy to have the resources to do this, but for smaller rural councils, it is quite difficult. Standardisation of systems would be one thing that would help, I feel, to reduce the administrative burden. So where we're reporting to multiple different government departments, and we're reporting in a different system. There's been a move to Smarty grants across big parts of the state government, which is helping, but we are reporting in multiple different systems to multiple different departments. So that's probably one of the things that could be looked at. We haven't really addressed much in the way of ideas to reduce the administrative burden within our response, because they were pretty much the only things we could think of at the time. So competitive grant applications, the Modern Slavery Act, things like capital expenditure reviews was another example we mentioned, which is we know that's a state government requirement. So for projects over $1 million, which meet certain requirements, we have to prepare capital expenditure reviews, which we spent probably weeks preparing 3 for a grant funding program. So we had been provided grant funding, so we jumped through the whole grant funding hoops to get the grant funding, and then we were asked by the Office of Local Government to provide capital expenditure reviews for each of these 3 projects, which had already been approved under grant funding process, which we found was a little bit ridiculous. So I guess if you were to fix things like that, make it that we have more grants are untied. The grants that are tied are for a specific bucket of money that we as councils can use under some high level requirements, as is the case for roads to recovery. We had one example recently where we had to apply for betterment grants for non-road infrastructure. Our community asked for us to replace the rugby club, to do some work on our rugby club, which is massively in the flood zone, goes under by about 2 metres during the floods. That particular project did not meet one small requirement of the grant application process and was knocked back. So we had to they went down to basically priority number 5 project so that we could get the grant funding. And that excessive red tape around grants, I think, is something you could really do a lot of work on addressing.
Can I just clarify, was that under the disaster funding for that particular?
It wasn't under DRFA.
No, it wasn't under that program. It was a special one-off program.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And so our number 1 project was knocked back because it didn't meet one slight requirement, and I think it was on community consultation. We did not have enough letters from community groups to support the importance of this project. This is by far one of the premises in Forbes that's utilised by the most community groups, and that actually had to get knocked back, and we had to basically go down to project number 5 in our priority list to get, well, I won't mention what that is, but we had to go down to project number 5 in our priority list.
So which funding program was it?
It was a one-off. I can't think of the actual name.
Federal one?
State.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a $100 million across 3 councils for betterment of roads, infrastructure and housing.
CAP, I think, was the name of the project.
Yeah.
It was the CAP.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll tell you the name.
Sorry, Chair, can I grab one more question?
Oh, Ms. Brisky?
Yeah, sorry, just to follow up, was connected to that response. Thank you very much. Another further evidence that we've been receiving over the course of this inquiry is talk to how councils, in particular in regional communities, have been working together. I think you just sort of touched on the fact that you were applying for something across 3 different councils. what's your experience been like in terms of working with other councils in your area to I guess, capture cost efficiencies by coming together to share like systems or things that you can leverage off together and scale away because you're all doing the same thing. Has that been something you've experienced?
Yes, we're a member of the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation. So within this organisation, we do shared procurement. Say, for example, we're revaluing our water and sewer infrastructure for next financial year. That was done through a Central New South Wales JO procurement contract. So we do that. We also have working groups amongst for various specific areas, such as a tourism working group at the joint organisation level. We're also sharing a cyber security expert across the Central New South Wales JO, because that's obviously a service that we as Forbes Shire Council would not be able to afford and probably wouldn't have the work for as a full-time position alone. So yes, we are using resource sharing through the JO for quite a few different things.
We also have a road safety officer that we share across multiple councils, and that works very well because it's not a full-time position, but across multiple councils we get to utilise, I guess, that one person that can roll out the programs across multiple LGAs, so that's quite beneficial.
Yeah. And do you think that this is a role, or do you think there's a role for the Commonwealth to play a bit more of a leadership in helping support shared work across councils?
That's a very interesting question. I know at this point in time, the joint organisations, some joint organisations are working very well, some are not working as well, and quite a few councils have actually pulled out of certain joint organisations. So I don't know if I could provide a response to that question, but if you have a look at what's happening in the JO space now, that will probably give you an answer.
Sure. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I might go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining this inquiry today. I want to go to the issue of the financial assistance grants, and there's sort of two aspects. One that's very well covered is the proposal to increase the financial assistance grants to 1% of Commonwealth tax revenue. But I want to look more specifically at the Act and the national guidelines and horizontal fiscal equalisation. My question to both of you is, have you considered any changes to the formula that would improve your cut of financial assistance grants?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have this, I guess this has been discussed within the sector. There have been proposals that a higher portion of the grants be allocated to rural areas. But I guess for the city equivalents of Forbes Shire Council, they would then lose a source of untied funding. But there have been discussions about that, whether or not the disadvantage factor, whether there should be a reduction in the population-based distribution and more to be distributed on the basis of disadvantage. But I don't know. Our position, obviously, we'd like what's best for Forbes Shire Council, but as a sector as a whole, I think the concentration should remain on the back to 1% of taxation, because if you were to remove FAGS grants from city councils, you're helping to, I guess, fix some of the issues in the rural areas, but you're not really doing anything for the city council. So any change to that distribution would have to be done in conjunction with other changes that would help ensure the financial sustainability of the sector as a whole. That would be my response.
And I can add from New South Wales farmers' point of view, we're certainly conscious of that second part that Forbes just spoke about. You can't turn off funding sources for urban councils. Our members are definitely supportive of potentially looking at that formula or other avenues to recognise the challenges that rural and remote councils in particular face, where they have significant kilometres of roads that are in a deteriorated state, often more bridges, older bridges that require more significant upgrades if they're going to continue to support industries such as agriculture due to weight limits and those sorts of things. So we certainly support the need to potentially recognise that in funding, because they do have a lot more road kilometres to maintain. And not all of the users of those roads come from those local government areas. We know that a lot of the users are in the freight industry, or they're tourists. They're from out of the area of the LGA of concern.
So can I just go, thank you for that, can I go to Forbes Shire? What percentage of your total revenue is the FAD component?
Excluding capital grants, on average, about 16%. It's by far...
It's about 16%.
16%, yes.
Yep. Because we've heard evidence from councils and city councils where it's 1%.
Yes.
So, you know, it's if it's 16%, that's a substantial amount of your revenue. What is your capacity? I mean, what are your sources of own source revenue?
So our other sources of own source revenue, we have rates. So rates are about sort of around 8 million. I'll exclude the water, the sewer and the waste funds. We sort of treat them as separate businesses. We've done quite a bit in the property space. So we've developed our own subdivision to help ensure that we have houses for the future of Forbes. That's probably something we wouldn't mind talking about as well. There's obviously a housing crisis in Sydney, and yet we have one of the lowest population densities as a country in the world. If we could get some of that money out to the rural areas and spent on infrastructure, councils like ours could help provide infrastructure to do subdivisions, to provide housing, to solve the intergenerational equity problem that we're currently facing as a council. But as to own source revenue, our other own source revenue are, yes, property sales. We have a significant property portfolio as a council, but that's only due to shrewd investing from our council that we actually have that. The other sources, we also run a sale yards, and that's been quite a good business for us recently, but that's not an option for all councils. And these high-risk businesses like property and sale yards, most rural councils won't have the capacity to run businesses like that. So in terms of own source revenue, most rural councils are solely reliant on rates, whatever investment income they have, and the financial assistance grants. That's why a small increase in the financial assistance grants at a federal level would have a humongous impact for rural councils. I'll give you the context for Forbes Shire Council. We have $2.1 million a year for roads to recovery grants, $8 million for next financial year for financial assistance grants. So if you were to increase the financial assistance grants up to 1%, you'd basically be providing a council like Forbes Shire Council with an extra $8 million a year. So even a slow stage increase of the financial assistance grants would allow us to do so much in repairing our roads. As the New South Wales Farmers Association have mentioned, there are so many small roads, bridges in Forbes Shire Council that are falling to pieces because we do not have the funding, and we need to maintain a cash balance to continue our operations. So what happens? The quality of our roads has to deteriorate because we don't have the funding to do that. So a small increase in the financial assistance grants to rural areas would have a huge outsized impact and would allow us to do so much. Thank you.
Can I just, there's two issues there I just want to follow up on. So can I go to the housing issue first? When you're saying to get funding for housing, you're talking about headworks, critical enabling infrastructure. Is that what you're talking about? And if you are, have you been able to access any of the federal program for that type of work?
And we have, through you, Madam Chair, sorry, used to a council meeting environment, and we have applied. We do have headworks charges as a council, and we have applied for those federal grants, and we have been knocked back. We funded our own subdivision. We realised at Forbes that there was a huge limit to the amount of available residential land, so we as a council borrowed $11 million to fund our own residential subdivision. We've already sold 57 lots out of a 223 lot subdivision, which is 57 more families for Forbes, and that helps to keep a lid on property prices in Forbes. Which means young people in Forbes can actually afford houses, which is obviously not the case anymore in our capital cities.
Right, okay. But can you provide the program that you applied through for that critical enabling infrastructure? Do you have that on hand, or can you provide it? later to the committee, please?
Easily, yes. We'll provide that later. I'll have to take that one on notice. I don't know the name of the program off the top. It's regional. I'll take that on notice.
And if there was any reason given for the knockback, that would be appreciated. Can I just go then to the other issue that you raised about increasing the financial assistance grants to 1% would, double the amount of grant that you'd receive to, say, be on a 16 million grant rather than an 8 million or thereabouts. Can you tell me, have you quantified your asset renewal gap?
Our asset renewals for our general fund we're about to finalise our 10-year long-term financial plan. Our renewal is about 40%, our asset renewal ratio, which is obviously way below the benchmark. Our renewals gap, I think I might have it here in the FinStats. Give me a tick. If not, I can provide that on notice as well. I don't know if I've got the special schedules with me. Backlog ratio. So it's about at least 8.4 million, but that's based on very sort of aggressive estimates. But we could provide an updated figure quite easily. So that's as at now. So just for bridges, I know just for bridges, because we've rerun these numbers recently, we have 2 significant bridges that we have weight limits on, and Dan Spear can talk more to this. Each one of those bridges are worth about $6 million. There's another 2 bridges that are in what we call Condition 5, where we have bypasses for, and we will probably have to close very soon, and that's another $4 million there. So just for our bridges, we're probably looking at upwards of 20 million.
Yeah, if not more. We have one bridge that's 100 metres long. It's well over 100 years old. It's now had to have a load limit imposed due to its structural condition, and there's no effective detour. So basically our freight capacity across the whole Shire is becoming quite diminished. We're losing freight route purely because our bridge network is in such bad disrepair. And the cost to replace them are outside our means. So we rely totally on grants for bridges. And if we don't get a grant, well, the bridge, unfortunately, either has to have a load limit imposed or it gets closed. In a couple of cases, what Stefan has alluded to, we've got a couple of bridges that are currently closed and we're using a sidetrack, which is fine when it's dry, but once we get a little bit of rain, that creek starts to flow and that sidetrack is no longer available. So that road actually effectively closes just from a small rain event. So the backlog of our infrastructure is quite significant, particularly in those larger, components. For a large bridge that's 100 metres long, that's potentially a $10 million bridge. So when you've got 20 odd bridges of disrepair, it puts us in quite a predicament. And we've been doing repairs and trying to keep these things open as best we can. But once again, it feels like you're spending good money over bad. So it's not ideal. Bridges that are 50, 60 years old, and a lot of our bridges are what they call a Bailey Bridge, which was something that was used in World War II as a temporary structure. We have about 12 of those in operation. So yeah, it's certainly a situation that is very difficult to remedy, because they're local roads. There's not a huge amount of traffic. They don't meet cost-benefit ratios that are imposed in grants. A lot of the grant funding programs say just for timber bridges. A Bailey Bridge is a composite bridge. It's steel and timber. Therefore, it doesn't meet the funding criteria because, once again, a bit of red tape. You've got some steel in that bridge, it doesn't qualify, even though a good component of it is actually timber.
And for context, without a grant, we are not replacing those bridges. We do not have the funds.
Okay,
well, this goes to the point. Sorry, can I just finish up with one question, Chair?
Yes.
I guess it just goes to the point here that and why I'm raising the formula when you've got some councils that take financial assistance grants as 1%, others 16 and more. even doubling the financial assistance grants won't touch the sides of simply your bridge renewal need. So what would you suggest is the solution? Many of the submissions say we don't want tied grants, we want untied. So what should this committee be recommending essentially to address this incredibly large asset renewal load that regional and rural and remote councils face?
Well, you mentioned there that through you, Madam Chair, you mentioned there that doubling of the FAGs, taking the FAG grant up to 1% won't touch the sides of the renewal gaps. For Forbes Shire Council, it probably would. Our FAGs grants are currently, as we mentioned, $8 million, ballpark $8 million a year. It'll be 8.04, we believe, for next financial year. So if you were to bring the FAGs grants up to 1%, that's an extra $8 million for us to replace bridges, for us to repair our roads, and for us to do things like build subdivisions if we need to help provide houses for the future. So it would touch the gap for us. You're 100% correct. However, in Sydney, an increase of 1% of their revenue probably wouldn't do much to increase their financial viability. But for rural areas, which is where the asset backlog is, we have 1,875 kilometres of road. Hunters Hill Council and city councils are not going to have that. So the backlog is in the rural areas. So an increase of the FAGs grants to 1% would go a huge way for us, for Forbes Shire Council. It would solve whatever asset backlog we've got. But for most rural councils, will go a huge way to solve that problem.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just got a question for New South Wales farmers. One of your recommendations is that the federal government clearly defines the essential services that a local council is required to provide and ensures that publicly available statistics are used to measure and report on local councils' performance in delivering these services. Why is that important to improving financial sustainability?
I'll have a start and I might hand over to Ellen if that's right. We've got a section within our membership is that quite often regional councils vary, but their spending varies between the essential services that the councils probably need to provide, and then the nice things, the polish and shine that potentially makes the towns or some other parts of the local government area look prettier. And I probably would use sculptures down the Lachlan Valley Way as an example. I think they're an excellent initiative, but they're probably a non-essential expenditure as opposed to providing the transport infrastructure or facilities that go around their essential services in town as another option. Ellen, would you like to contribute on that?
Yeah, I'll add a couple of points if I can, Chair. So part of this has come from feedback from our members where councils across New South Wales have a very mixed level of financial training and skills. There's in some areas, I guess, eroded trust that some of the investment decisions are being made on those core priorities as opposed to non-core nice to haves, as John's just outlined. So that's why we flagged the possibility of defining essential services that councils are required to provide to help provide clarity for all stakeholders on where those decisions should be best placed. We've also recommended that to the New South Wales inquiry in 2024. Now, the other part to this puzzle is obviously special variation rates, and as you know probably from your area, they're very sensitive for rate payers when there's been significant increases. So for our members, for example, down in Federation, there's been a 70% increase, permanent increase over the next 2 years approved, when those sorts of things happen, communities, ratepayers are asking for greater transparency and accountability over how councils are using those funds, and that's where a definition of essential services could play a role in helping bridge that gap.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. I might just ask a question to Forbes Shire Council around community infrastructure, and you've talked about roads and lots of different community infrastructure. Is there something like, would there be a benefit to a community infrastructure fund that was untied that would allow you to, work on your priorities for community infrastructure?
I think, through you, Chair. I think if there was a race recovery program similar for community infrastructure, maybe one that's tied specifically to bridges as well, I think those sort of programs where, yes, it's a bucket, but there are parameters that you must meet, but loose parameters, and reduces the red tape, I think that would enable councils to deliver community infrastructure and community infrastructure so much more efficiently, and where the need is and where the community wants it. Because often, councils are forced down the path of delivering infrastructure for the community that may not be the highest priority because that's the grant available, or that's the grant they managed to actually get the funding for. So councils will apply for most grants that become available because that's what they rely on. But sometimes that'll push council towards a project that may not have been the highest priority for the community. And I think that's the problem we've got at the moment, is that the grants are often so restrictive that council doesn't have the flexibility to do what they need to do for the community.
And I know before when you were talking about the FAG grant being, I think, $8 million
Yes.
at the moment. I mean, when you're looking at a community facility, like they can cost considerably more than that.
Yes,
so, it would allow you to align your community priorities. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, Ms. Penfold, do you have any further questions?
I do. There's previously been community infrastructure programs. Do you have a view about, for example, the local roads and community infrastructure program and how that benefited Forbes Shire Council?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, the LRCI was actually a very good program. We improved a lot of our facilities under the LRCI. You would have obviously read through our submission, and we did mention the LRCI as one of the programs, which sort of led to us building some new things that would have caused a bit of a bigger renewal burden into the future. But in general, the LRCI model was a very, very good model for community infrastructure. Much better than the model that Dan Spear and myself were just talking about there, where specific grant requirements meant we had to go down to project number 5 on our priority list just to meet the grant requirements. So yes, the LRCI model was a very good model. The only risk is there probably should be as much emphasis as is possible under a grant stream on renewals over new infrastructure. But yeah, we definitely did feel that the LRCI model was a very good model.
Thank you. And one last question, Chair. I just want to sort of I've heard from my own councils in my electorate, whilst the Roads to Recovery is a fantastic program, that it does tend to weight investment into the larger, the more used regional roads rather than, smaller, unsealed, streets in towns, etc. Has that been your experience, or is that simply how you've used your Roads to Recovery to do a cross section of your road network?
I would say for Forbes Shire Council, our spend on our Roads to Recovery would be very diverse, and I would say probably a vast majority of our Roads to Recovery funding is on rural unsealed roads for gravel resheeting, also resealing, shoulder widening on a lot of our lower traffic volume roads. Yeah. So I'd say we're probably a little bit opposite. We spend our Roads to Recovery money pretty much on our I guess, local roads, certainly not very often on regional roads. And often our key arterial local roads benefit a lot from road recovery.
Our resheeting was over 60% of the R2R allocation, and that's all on unsealed roads.
What's the size of your road network in your shire?
1,875 kilometres. That's regional and local. Then how much is the state's? About 100 and...
Yeah, we're close to nearly 2,000 kilometres all up. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you as well, New South Wales Farmers. Yes.
If there's any other information you need, just ask as well.
Are you there? Okay, I'll now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Griffith City Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Scott Grant is my name, General Manager, Griffith City Council.
Matthew Hanson, Director, Business, Cultural and Financial Services, Griffith City Council.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference. Myself, Fiona Phillips, the federal member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast, and on teleconference,
Alison Penfold, member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Okay, and I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Scott Grant from Griffith here. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. Griffith, perhaps by way of background, a key regional city in the Riverina of New South Wales and a nationally significant contributor to Australia's agriculture and food production economy. For your background and for context, Griffith produces, amongst some of the highlights in the area, 1/3 of Australia's citrus coming out of Griffith, 1 in 4 glasses of wine coming from Griffith, so keep that in mind. 150,000 tonnes of grain produced per annum, 2/3 of New South Wales chickens are processed in Griffith, as well as many other agriculture and viticulture products. Griffith has 3,500 businesses and supports over 17,000 jobs, all up an economy of over $2.5 billion, with an export trade of $1.9 billion. Importantly, Griffith functions not only as a local government area, but as a regional service and economic hub, supporting a much broader catchment than our resident population. Our population is around 28,000, and if you consider nearby towns and villages, Griffith swells to about 50,000 people who rely upon the area's services, infrastructure and amenity. Our region is built on irrigation, advanced horticulture and value-added manufacturing, and we support a diverse and growing multicultural community. Griffith Council operates across the full spectrum of local government responsibilities, delivering core infrastructure, regulatory services and community facilities, whilst also playing an increasing role in economic development, housing facilitation and community wellbeing. In that context, our experience aligns closely with the focus of this inquiry into local government funding and sustainability. From our perspective, the issue is not one of short-term financial management, but of structural sustainability. There are 3 interrelated challenges here. First, the financial sustainability. Our revenue base is constrained, with rates capped or subject to regulation and not keeping pace with the real cost of service delivery. Having said that, if it wasn't government capping rates, the community would. There's only so much a ratepayer can bear. At the same time, we're experiencing continuous cost escalation across construction, maintenance, workforce and compliance. By way of example, IT costs, Microsoft licence renewal is up 23% next financial year. This creates a structural gap that cannot be resolved through efficiency measures alone. Second, infrastructure sustainability. Like many regional councils, we manage a substantial and ageing asset base, including extensive road networks, water and sewer infrastructure, community facilities, cemeteries and an airport. The cost of maintaining and renewing these assets continues to rise, and current funding mechanisms, including intergovernment transfers, including funding from Transport for New South Wales, are not sufficient to meet long-term renewal needs. This has led to a third and increasingly important dynamic, and that is a growing reliance on external and often tied funding to deliver essential infrastructure and community amenity. In practical terms, councils are now required to actively compete for grant funding to maintain and develop assets that communities reasonably expect as part of core service delivery. While these programs are valuable, they are typically short-term criteria driven and tied to specific outcomes. These programs can distract councils from strategic thinking and planning into short-term opportunistic. This can result in fragmented investments, misalignment with long-term asset planning and a significant administrative burden, all the while increasing expectations around disciplines like project management, which are challenging the capacity and capability of a local government workforce. There are essentially no funding opportunities for renewal or maintenance projects. The funding system is addicted to ribbon cutting and plaques that come with new asset, but the real challenge is maintaining and ensuring ongoing compliance of existing community assets. More fundamentally, it reflects a system where financial sustainability is increasingly dependent on a council's capacity to secure external funding rather than on a stable and adequate base funding model. In the old days, access to and use of the federal assistant grant provided the ability for councils to invest in community-based priorities, but today the FAG is used to cover basic running costs. Furthermore, the LRCI program delivered the opportunity to councils to plan in a measured way, make provision for community prioritised needs. The program was cancelled about 3 years ago. To contemporise the program for the modern day, criteria for such a program could be put in place with funding linked to long-term financial plans or strategic plans as documented and approved by elected representatives as part of the governance framework. Alongside this, councils are also experiencing expectations to deliver or enable services beyond our traditional mandate, often without aligned funding, further contributing to fiscal pressure. Examples: aged care, childcare, bus services and the like. At Griffith Council, we've taken a disciplined and proactive approach to in response. We've strengthened our financial management, embedded long-term asset planning and pursued efficiency through continuous improvement. We're also actively leveraging partnerships and funding opportunities where available. However, our experience and that of many councils across regional New South Wales is the current funding and operating model is under increasing strain. Local government delivers critical infrastructure, noting that some of that critical infrastructure was passed to us by state or federal governments years ago that is now much in need of renewal. We also deliver services that underpin regional economies and community wellbeing, yet operate within a constrained fiscal framework and an expanding service envelope. Addressing this challenge will require a coordinated policy response across all levels of government, one that recognises the evolving role of local government, ensures funding mechanisms are fit for purpose and supports long-term sustainability rather than short-term program-based solutions. We look forward to contributing constructively. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your opening statement. There was a lot in that. Thank you. I've just got a question around untied funding and the Roads to Recovery program. I just wanted to get your, take on that. Has that been useful for your council? What's your comments on that program?
Ask Mr. Hanson to answer that, please.
Matthew Hanson. Roads to Recovery has been a godsend for rural and regional councils, certainly at Griffith and at my previous councils before then. The beauty about the funding program is it has allowed us to tie projects to a strategic plan. So we can have a long-term plan for the assets, for those road assets that we would like to renew, knowing there's a consistent funding stream coming along. So instead of having to sit there and go, oh, does this road meet this criteria, lodge that grant and see how we go, we have got a plan. We know for the next 5-10 years this funding's there, and we can strategically apply it to where the need is there, whether that be community input, whether that be asset condition. But it allows us to be strategic in how we use grant funds rather than wait to see if an opportunity arises that might meet the criteria and then spend a fair bit of time putting an application together, putting that through, sitting and waiting to see if the funding comes through, and then once it comes through, okay, now we've got this 18 months, whatever it is, to try and deliver it. It actually allows us to program works, funded works, in a strategic way. So no, Roads to Recovery has been brilliant. Certainly that's if I was to look for a funding model that works, Roads to Recovery would be it. Scott talked a bit about local roads and community infrastructure. On the same basis, if that was to be a semi-permanent program, let's say 5-year allocations of these funds, it would allow us to do something similar to our community infrastructure. Literally start to strategically align that funding with the priorities as we have them and address those needs as they come along, instead of being a bit reactive, or this opportunity's up, well, what project can we throw at it?
Because I imagine, it will be a huge job, like managing those assets and the renewal of that, and just to have that, surety and some funding there, you could plan, like you're saying, a lot better.
Yep.
Yeah.
By way of example, Chair, in the utilities area, Griffith Council will spend $130 million in the next 10 years on water treatment and related works, upgrades and renewal. So the numbers for a council are big and need to be managed very carefully. And securing funding and planning strategically for those kinds of upgrades is critical. If we could have that sort of mentality applied in other areas of council's operations and areas of accountability, it would make things a little easier than what the current environment is.
Yeah, and it's interesting, I think, like we had the LCRI program before, but yeah, you've got obviously the different classes of infrastructure, your community infrastructure, then you've got your water and your, enabling infrastructure.
Yeah.
Like, if there was a fund, like, do you think it should be separate? Like the community versus the water and...
I think so. My response initially to that would be I think so. I think it is good. We operate 3 different funds or financial mechanisms, if you like, within council, and it does enable us to keep the elected representatives corralled around decisions that can be impacted by a particular fund. If it was all one bucket, for example, there is opportunity for some perhaps misunderstanding and misalignment of allocation of resources. So I think having strategically allocated funding models that support strategically required activity is a good thing. All up, of course, our job's to administer and manage all of that. But I think keeping some degree of separation that's fit for purpose is necessary from a governance standpoint.
Yeah, and I guess from the federal government's perspective, it's taxpayer money, and so there needs to be that accountability, and that's where you've got the Roads to Recovery meets that. But yeah, definitely around untied grants, there's I guess that issue of accountability. It still needs to be met. Yeah.
Clearly, the biggest single pressure, in my view, that's coming on particularly regional councils is the breadth of infrastructure and the costs that are associated with renewal and maintenance.
Yeah.
And the capping of revenues. Unlike the city, I recently joined Griffith Council within the last year, and prior to that was working in a city council in Sydney. The models are very different. So in our world, with a long range and diverse infrastructure model to maintain, we seek for where is that certainty around long-range funding to support that. And the long-range funding certainty is not there. We're very much rates focused, where again city tends to have other properties that have created commercial rent and other lines of revenue that don't exist in regional areas. And the city doesn't have the breadth of facilities to look after that we have in regional areas. So there are some of the issues. So in an environment where revenue is capped and costs with, say, as much as 50% of our costs are labour-based, that are governed by an award, and in our circumstance our rate position is 3.2% next year, and it looks like the award will move at around 4%. So immediately there's a disparity between costs growing at a higher rate than revenues. That's fundamentally the issue.
Can I just ask, and I know in your opening statement you obviously talked about the different industries, and obviously there's a big seasonal workforce as well.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering in terms of housing, what's critical. Happening in terms of housing?
Housing
challenges.
is one of those issues that I just touched on briefly, where I think local government is getting pulled into certainly an advocacy position, if not in some cases, and we know of some other councils where they're actually providing accommodation for key workers such as police or hospital and medical staff and the like. So we are definitely dragged into the housing issue because we have some pressure from the community, from the business community in particular, about support for housing. So some of the issues there for us, our unemployment rate, is about 2%, so maybe around half the state average. Our economy is generally quite diverse, so whilst drought and other environmental factors and different seasonality issues can impact different industries, we tend to have a smoothing effect across the whole economy. We do, however, have seasonal worker-related issues, and we know of employers that are advertising, for example, a chicken operation, 100 jobs per day are still vacant and available every day. So employment opportunities are there. Housing is one of the limitations to that. Our rental vacancy rate is 0.7, again substantially lower than the state average, and it's not uncommon to have the lines that you see in the mainstream media in the cities where people lining up to get into a rental property. The same thing is happening in our community.
And do you have any affordable housing projects underway or completed?
Yeah, Council has, with the support of the federal government and the support of the state government, have been working on a program to, we call it the Lake Wagga Residential Infrastructure Enabling Project, and that's providing opportunity for about 1,600 home sites to be developed. The main investment from council is around $17.5 million to create the infrastructure, sewer, water, roads and so forth, to make that land, which was previously farmland, suitable for residential development. In addition to that kind of activity, council's been quite active with the state government support on preparing a business plan to look at lots of land in the CBD areas that are quite convenient for transport and other related issues that are currently underutilised, and we're seeking there to look at a highest value of land type use and turn that into affordable and social housing outcomes. Some other overlays of complexity come in with land claims, or some of the access to, from a Crown Lands perspective, releasing that, and the way in which that is done through the state government is quite complex. That land really needs to be released on a peppercorn basis for a long period of time at virtually zero cost to make it affordable for development and construction. And the current policy is to release land at market price, for example. So these are where there's sometimes differences in the strategic policy setting and how it's applied locally.
And have you applied through the Housing Australia Future Fund, or considering that, or
Do you want to talk to that?
down the track? Yeah.
So, as Scott was saying, Matt Hanson, as Scott was saying, we are in the process now, and we had some funding to develop a master plan and business case to develop some of these vacant Crown Land lots into housing, and that part of that master plan is to help support a future Housing Australia Future Fund. We weren't able to get into the current round. We literally missed our window by the time we got it placed, but that is certainly an option if there's another round or another opportunity of that nature. The other thing that Griffith City has done, and we're talking about getting pulled into developing housing outside council's traditional scope, is we were involved in what we call the Griffin Green project, where we did have to invest council funds into developing affordable housing with Argyle Housing, who is an affordable housing provider. And certainly that was new for us in terms of the process and how that worked. And certainly we were required then obviously to try and fund some of the ancillary infrastructure that goes towards that, which would normally be something a developer would do. We've provided that out of ratepayer pockets.
Okay. Great, thank you. And so would you have applied for the name of it now, the Housing Support Program for Enabling Infrastructure? The one that it sits under the HAF. It's the for roundabouts and sewer and all of that.
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, okay. No, that's okay.
The precursor would be the availability of the land.
Land, yeah,
That's the first instance. Well, at the moment, I don't think we could take it on notice for more detailed explanation, but I don't think we could because we don't have access or rights to utilise the parcels of land. So the first step is really to get that land released in some form through the state government, and then we would be looking to an instrument like the HAF to enable some development.
Okay. And I understand that that your council via the state received a Commonwealth grant under the Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure Program. Do you know about that particular one? I think it was the North Cuba Settlers Road Irrigation Bridge. Does that sound familiar? No?
No, I'd have to take that on notice myself.
That's okay. No, that's all right. That's fine. And what about other programs? And I know that you said you apply for a lot of different programs, but have you received funding through, for example, the Black Spot program at all? Yep.
So, Matt Hanson, we received funding from Black Spot to do an urban roundabout, around $1 million on. It's sort of one of the main link roads between the city centre and the airport. It had a history of traffic collisions. Black spot funding is one of these things where you really need to have that evidence base, and so it literally means that you've got. Unfortunately. Yes, unfortunately, you literally have to have traffic collisions there and a number of them to build the evidence base before you can address something that you actually know is a problem beforehand. But unfortunately, as we say, we had that evidence base and were able to get that that funding for that roundabout, and works on that. I think we actually had a social media post on it about it this morning. So there we go.
Great.
But I think works on that will start reasonably soon.
Yeah, I'm actually the chair of the New South Wales Black Spot Consultative Panel, so I understand those stringent conditions. But it's very popular, but there's a lag effect, isn't there?
Yeah.
Like you can put that one in, and then people are waiting for the next one.
Certainly, it's a great fund in terms of we're not required to make a co-contribution, so it's there. It does address an issue that's an absolute need that we know about, so we can see that there's a need there. I guess the point is that you've literally got to wait for something to happen, even if you can see it's something that is going to happen. It's got to actually happen first before you get the funding.
And you would keep a list. Do you keep a list of like those particular ones that you'd like to target under that program?
Absolutely, we do.
So I think it's probably worth noting, as you may expect, but from a community perspective, through the councillors and sometimes directly into council itself, we receive a lot of feedback about different issues that are seen as a priority in the community. We obviously apply a sort of an expert lens over that, and on occasion and quite regularly we write to Transport for New South Wales or other related authorities and departments about issues that we want to draw to people's attention and to seek funding for. And sometimes it takes many years before the funding opportunity presents, and obviously there's only ever so much money and you have to sort of wait your turn of sorts. But the issues are identified and quite often written off to the appropriate departments on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you. Ms Penfold.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you both for appearing today. I want to turn to an issue that you raised in part around how the Commonwealth and New South Wales grant funding models adequately recognise depreciation and replacement costs of regional infrastructure assets. So I guess my first question is, does Council believe current Commonwealth and New South Wales grant funding models adequately recognise these costs in terms of the grant program design?
I'll answer first. Scott Grant here. And my simple answer would be no. I think most of the funding, and in fact the funding processes at a state or federal level have got tighter and tighter in more recent years, and that's no doubt for good reason. The criteria, as I think I mentioned somewhat flippantly in my opening remarks, everybody is addicted to ribbon cutting ceremonies or plaques, typically for new assets. The maintenance and renewal elements are typically left to council. As a rule of thumb, about 10% of an asset's purchase price is required year on year to be put aside for that asset. So, a $3 million gift, if you will, for a particular project creates a trailing liability for council of $300,000 a year. If you're doing that multiple times, it starts to eat into your financial sustainability, a matter that's not necessarily well understood, I don't believe, either at a state, federal, or in fact with our councillors. It's a very difficult process. Everybody, of course, wants new amenity and new assets to enhance the livability and health and well-being and other outcomes for the community. It's a delicate balance. So to answer your question in a word, I'd say no, I don't think they're understood or reflected appropriately.
Is your, first, how large is your annual depreciation expense, and how does that compare to your annual capital renewal spending?
Matt Hanson here. Annual depreciation is around, in the general fund, as opposed to the water and sewer fund, around $17 million. Capital expenditure from that is roughly the same. So we're pretty much matching our depreciation to our capital spend, which is what we would aim to do. Obviously, we're not making an operating surplus at the moment, although we hope to going forward. So the only way that we actually are able to lift the standard of our assets as opposed to replacing like for like, is through funding assistance. So there's that challenge. I'll use, for example, Griffith Regional Theatre. It's at a stage now where it's close to 45 years old. It's getting to a stage now where things like the seating all needs to be replaced. And that's fine, but replacing the seating isn't necessarily raising the amenity or providing an additional service. So where is the funding support to be able to do some of those basic items there? Yep, we depreciate, we can put money aside in a reserve, but the theatre itself is not a money-making exercise for council. It's a cost centre, not a revenue driver. So it's not as if we're able to sit there and say, okay, we're making a surplus in the theatre, put that away for future improvements.
So I know the theatre, in terms of asset classes, which ones are creating the greatest long-term financial pressure for council? Roads, water infrastructure, sewerage, community facilities, all of the above? Yeah.
All of the above. The utilities are being managed as a separate fund with some, dare I say it, slightly more flexibility on the rating side. It's a very controlled space. We probably manage that better. And it's critical, and from time to time, perhaps infrastructure and opportunities to seek funding to supplement and support is more manageable than what I'd say in the general fund, where the general fund has more broader community-based assets that typically lose money, if you think of it in that context, and are the front-facing services that are provided by council to the rate-paying public.
Matt Hanson, just if I could. Sorry.
I think Mr. Hanson's going to make a comment.
One of the things, and probably to tie back to the Roads to Recovery is one of those things that has eased the pressure on roads. So while we are depreciating roads, and roads tends to be the first thing that we try and do as well. So okay, was our roads fine? We'll concentrate on that. What tends to be left behind are those community assets, the libraries, the theatre, the swimming pools, and the funding for that is unlike Roads to Recovery where it's planned. It's a lot more opportunistic. What's available? What can we get? How do we tie this into the aims of a particular project? So in terms of they're the assets that tend to get worn out in a space where renewals will just get deferred until an opportunity comes along, and it means that by the time you actually do get round to doing those major renewals, you're actually spending more money than you probably would have if you've been able to do them in a timely manner.
Yep, okay. So going to, because I guess the heart of this is, designing, whether it be within the financial assistance grants and maybe changing the formula to better capture depreciation and the load on the regions, but also, tie grants. Are you, in terms of grant funding programs, are you asked to demonstrate life cycle costing or asset management planning, ongoing maintenance capacity or depreciation impacts when you apply? Is that something that's being asked of you, or does that go to the point you made earlier that you're not those signals aren't being sent or understood?
Scott Grant here. I might answer it, and then Matt might be able to add to it as well. My experience in that question from a Sydney-based council would be yes, as part of a broader program for the Western Sydney Council areas as a result of WestConnex. There was a series of programs that councils had to apply for, and in that circumstance we had to identify the running costs, the asset renewal expenses, and in quite some detail to basically justify that council could support on an ongoing basis the liability of the asset that potentially they were to get funded. Definitely that's the case. More locally, I think it would be fair to say program by program, perhaps the requirements for that kind of transparency would be different, but I'd offer Matt a chance to comment as well.
I think Matt Hanson here. I think it depends on the funding opportunity. In the water and sewer space in particular, there tends to be a bit more emphasis on being able to demonstrate life cycle costs when applying for funds for major items like water treatment plants, water reclamation plants, sewer treatment plants, those sorts of items. When it comes to community infrastructure type assets, not so much. Ideally, council should be preparing these plans and business cases beforehand, and that would incorporate your life cycle costs in those. And certainly in New South Wales, there's an obligation to do capital expenditure reviews before expending amounts over $2 million, I think it is off the top of my head. The nature of these grant opportunities, though, it's often, okay, we've got this in our plan to do at some stage over the next 4 or 5 years. Here's a grant opportunity now. Do we have the time necessarily to sit there and do a full analysis and a full business case to get in the 8-week window of this application? No, we probably don't. Let's lodge our application and get it in because this opportunity may not appear for some time. So ideally, in an ideal case, we would have business cases lined up, sitting on the shelf for all of our community infrastructure. Okay, these are the things we want to do. Here's our business case. Here's showing its life cycle cost. Here is showing how it's actually going to return value, whether in a cash sense or whether in a community benefit sense, over the next 10 years. But of course, a council like Griffith, and we're a medium-sized regional council, just don't have the resources to have these business cases lined up just on the maybe perhaps. So those application windows being so short and being, it doesn't allow the time to develop those really rigorous evidence-based types business cases to lodge to say, okay, not only do we have the need, we have the capacity to fund and operate this over a period of time. And if I could digress just a little bit, in terms of an LRCI or an LRCI replacement program, building something like that into the program would be ideal. So not just saying, oh, what are your favourite projects you want to pick? You've got an LRCI allocation of, let's say, $20 million over 5 years, or whatever it might be. For those 5 years, you need to put your projects up to be approved, but those projects need to not only meet the criteria of the application, they also need to come with fully costed business cases demonstrating that they are sustainable in the long term and evidence of community consultation to show that they meet a need. So instead of being like LRCI 1, where again, okay, well, what projects do we shovel into the hole to make up the money? You've actually got, as part of that program, council would need to demonstrate that not only is it a need, but it's sustainable and here's the business case for it.
Right. Does that not create, though, an extra workload on small councils? I understand the merit of it, but you were just saying, you don't have them off the shelf. That adds another layer of complexity to the program. But do you think on the balance, it would be better if it had that requirement?
It would create extra workload, but at least it'd be workload on the basis that we know, Matt Hanson, so that we know that funding was actually coming. At the moment, we're trying to prepare business case and plans and then hoping an appropriate funding stream comes along. We should be, just as a better business practice, we should be doing business cases and proper analysis before we do any investments. But doing those on the basis that something may come along is where you start to go, it's a bit futile doing this and having it sit on the shelf. By the time a funding opportunity comes, it's 5 years down the track and we have to refresh it anyway. If we know there's a funding stream coming along, that gives us a bit more motivation to actually do the proper business planning, knowing that we are actually going to have a funding stream that we'll be able to deliver it. Or if the business case is not going to be delivered, well, at least we've explored that and we'll move on to something that does.
Yeah, okay. Chair, can I continue with a couple more questions? Is that okay?
Go for it.
Please?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to now slightly pivot and just to see whether there's any different views on this issue within different parts of government. So, for example, New South Wales Audit Office or Office of Local Government Have they raised any issues regarding infrastructure backlogs or renewal gaps? So what I'm trying to get at is if you got, the audit component of government sort of looking into these sort of depreciation funding and asset renewal, but the other departments are putting forward programs that aren't considering this impact on councils in designing the grant guidelines. Has that been an issue at all?
Again, the short answer is yes, that's an issue, absolutely. The external auditors, the audit office, are always, very keen to understand our assets and their valuation and the like, and our programs and projects, and any risks and liabilities associated with all of that. So the simple answer is yes, there is real pressure for better governance around the understanding and the provisions that are associated with all of that. And yes, you could argue that that's somewhat contrary to some other funding opportunities as they come along.
So there needs to be some more line of sight across government in terms of, in part, supporting local government in its responsibilities with asset management, given the percentage of the load that you carry vis-a-vis other tiers of government.
Yeah, I'd probably answer that by perhaps suggesting a different thought or tag for it, and that is cost shifting of sorts. In that the compliance requirements, if we were to put some of the matters of the External Audit Office and others on council, are increasing, continuously, and I could definitely argue out of both sides of the mouth here that one side is that actually makes our business as such better, and the improvement in governance and transparency around that is a great thing. The downside of that is the cost that we're incurring through audit and risk committees and other compliance-related activities that councils are facing today that perhaps wasn't there 10 years ago, and how do we fund that? So there are some complications and some conflicts in the model, but the requirements are fundamental, and somehow these matters have to be dealt with and funded, and it's one of the aspects that putting pressure on the sustainability of local government.
Okay, thank you. Joe, I've just got one other question if I can ask. I'm happy to hand over to you and come back. There's still time. I just want to quickly turn to financial assistance grants. I see it in two aspects. There's one about increasing the pie, and then the second part is how you split the pie up. My question goes to the second part. Do you think the current formula for horizontal fiscal equalisation adequately recognises the infrastructure burden faced by regional councils like yours?
I feel like I'm giving you simple one-word answers here all the time. I'd say no. No, it doesn't. I don't think it's appropriate, and I don't think it's equitable. It's a simplistic view to say city versus country, but I think there's various elements in between, but I don't think it's working, no. The complexity of our operations.
Any thoughts on reform?
I'm sorry?
Reform of it? Any thoughts on how the formula needs to be reformed to better, reflect the challenges across councils that, do significantly differ, particularly given those that have more capacity to earn own source revenue?
I might say and then hand to Matt. Again, I just reference I worked as City Council, for example. We don't need to worry about water and sewer there. We don't need to worry about airports. We don't need to worry about many different issues that are real issues for rural or regional councils. So I think having one model effectively that applies to everybody, albeit there are some slight differences, I don't think is recognising the value of regional and rural Australia. And Matt might add some additional comments.
Certainly, Matt Hanson, one of my roles has been to complete the data forms that are requested to submit back for financial assistance grant funding, so the data returns for those. And we get asked questions like how many public halls do you have, how many public swimming pools do you have, all those sorts of things. But I think it sort of stops there, and it needs to be, again, reflecting that we, certainly in regional areas, are asked to provide a much broader range of community infrastructure that would be provided by the state government in metro areas. So certainly I think that needs to be reflected. The other suggestion I would have, and I know this would require legislation, and that is the per capita arrangement in the financial assistance grant. Now, am I saying that should urban areas not get any? No, absolutely not. But having that artificial cap applied, so there is a minimum payment per resident in the current funding model, means that we're getting you get urban councils who, and I'm not here to try and take money out of urban councils' mouths, but they don't have the same need for the financial assistance grants that they have. It's for them, it's almost a rounding error, the financial assistance grant, where for us it's $8 million. It's a significant amount of money that makes a real difference on the ground. So how that gets changed, I understand the need for fairness, but I think having that per capita arrangement just means that if you've applied the model as the model is, it would sit there, and then to raise that to give those who already have money more money, to me seems counterintuitive.
Thank you, Chair. I do have more questions, but I'll hand back to you. You've probably got some too.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So, in your council area, do you provide any aged care services, or is that covered by the market or private operators?
Currently in Griffith, we do not provide aged care services.
From council?
From council,
But
yes.
You do have local...
There are private operators.
Yeah, okay.
It is a stress and a strain in the community currently, and retirement villages as such and other forms of definitely becoming an increasing requirement in our area. We're hearing that from the community. Currently, council don't have direct control, if you like, or operational management of such facilities. It is an issue that's emerging as our population is growing and population is ageing. Having solutions that keep people and families together locally is the issue. For people to have to leave town when they've got either significant healthcare or ageing responsibilities and have to leave their home or their local area is very distressing.
And what about at the other end, in early learning or childcare?
Same situation. Council don't operate any facilities. Previous council where I worked, for example, we had 14 childcare centres under council's direct control. Here we don't, but again, our role is more advocacy and support, and from a planning perspective, making the allowances for such developments, but they're managed by the private market, and there is a tightness and availability constraint in getting places, particularly for infants. In the community. So we've got both ends of it in the sense of an ageing population after a long economic development of, say, 100 years of irrigated agriculture in particular, where people are ageing from that point of view. And we've also got new industry and newer family members and generational change that's putting pressure on younger people who are wanting to live and grow in the Griffith area, and the amenity that they need and the amenity that older people need is the two bookends, if you like, that are putting pressure on.
Matt Hanson, one thing that Griffith does have, and what we do provide, is we own a private hospital building. So we own it and we lease it to St Vincent's, who provide the private hospital, and that was our way of actually getting private hospital services into the city. And again, without council, that would not have been the case.
Are they they come in? They're not. Are they permanently there?
It's permanently there. So we own the building and we lease it to for a peppercorn. We lease it to St Vincent's to operate from.
Yeah. Great. So specialists come in.
Yep, specialists come in. There's beds there. Yep.
Very good. I can't remember if we've asked this question, but in terms of sort of shared services between councils, do you have any of those arrangements?
I might just go first. We participate in an organisation, a joint organisation called RAMJO across the region, where there is a cooperation amongst councils on different topics. Some of that is policy-based and discussion and networking for the benefit of intellectual development, if you like, and understanding of how to deal with issues and problems that might arise. And then on a project basis, councils can come together under that regime for, maybe purchasing or cyber security is an example we're working on right now in a cooperative way that might be able to provide a layer of security in that area that councils individually wouldn't be able to afford. So there's some level of cooperation done, but typically on a project-by-project base.
Yeah. And what about, like, within your council, like, what would you say are the big things that you've done to try and, I guess, save costs or become more fiscally responsible?
Okay, Matt Hanson. One of the things we've done in talking about working in partnership with other councils is we were part of a collaboration, a buying group that went out to source power for large-scale sites. So we went in what they call a purchasing power arrangement with a bunch of councils, not just in the Riverina, but also in the Hunter and North Coast, which has made considerable savings for some of our larger power items, such as our water treatment plants, the main office, the sewer treatment plant. So that's been one opportunity about how we can work together to try and generate savings. So that's one item. We are in the process now of, again, looking at power costs, because power costs is one thing that has really increased, is looking at putting solar and battery operations in, again, at the water treatment plant, the water reclamation plant, and also at our indoor aquatic centre. So trying to look at items like that, such as those, where we can. Looking at trying to generate efficiencies through better use of software, and where that can, not so much reducing staff numbers, but reallocating staff to meet unmet needs elsewhere. Again, it's tricky because there's only so much you can do in that space, and some of it does require a bit of upfront investment, but where we can, looking to try and find efficiencies in that area.
I might add to that, at an operating level, Council had last year and will again next year have a $1 million cost reduction target included in its operating budget for the management or executive to look at ways of reducing expenses. That may be labour in selected areas where roles are no longer required, or trying to drive up revenue or productivity improvements. So it's a matter that we don't have a single solution for, but it's a matter that's identified in the budget that we need to work towards at a local level each and every day in our budget process.
Great. And what about, have you benefited from the, I can't remember the exact name, but the Community Energy Upgrade Fund to help with...
The CEUF?
That's it.
Sorry. Yeah, Matt Hanson. Yes, we have. We have an application, a successful application. That's what that is going to fund some of those works I talked about.
Yeah.
So we're getting $2.5 million of grant funding towards a modernisation or power modernisation program of $14 million across water, sewer, and our indoor aquatic centre. So we think that's a pretty good deal.
Just to be clear on the $14 million, if I'm right, 2.5 is from the federal government.
Correct.
And 11 point something from council.
Correct.
In terms of but it's packaged up in a $14 million initiative. So in that case, the $2.5 million though we are dedicating to the upgrade and the change to the power systems that support our aquatic centre, indoor and outdoor pools, but in particular replacement of one old gas-powered boiler plant that is almost at end of life in any case, and moving it to a more modern system that will give us operating expense reduction of maybe $200,000 per year.
That was going to be my question.
So
it's around
these are the things we're looking at. On that occasion,
Yeah.
the $2.5 million will be dedicated to the plant replacement from the federal government support, and we will manage that project. But we're also putting $11 million into other works in other facilities to do the same thing. But the view being to, yes, access the grant opportunity that otherwise at some stage in the future from an asset renewal point of view we would have to fund, but more immediately then deliver operating expense reductions.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Ms Penfold.
Thank you. I just want to come back to a comment you made previously, and I'm just interested to explore the sort of information you're providing to the New South Wales Grants Commission that may be informing them about their distribution. I think you mentioned a form or something, some information you send. Could you provide a bit more detail about that, please?
Matt Hanson, I can. It's been a little while since I was hands-on with that document. But there's a data request form that comes through the New South Wales Local Government's Grants Commission that gets issued every year. And we're required to fill that. It'll talk a little bit about what's the impact of us being in a rural area. So some sort of estimate of what our additional transport costs are likely to be, some idea of what additional costs will relate to travel for whether it be councillors or staff to access courses, meetings, events, etc. Some idea of our community infrastructure burden in terms of, that's the one, thank you. Yep. Some idea of our community infrastructure, so our halls, our recreation reserves, our swimming pools, those sorts of things, to get some idea of the number and quantity we might have. Because, for example, an urban city might have one recreation reserve that services 40,000 people, whereas a smaller council might have 10 population centres in a community population of 10,000 people, and they're still needing to provide all that infrastructure across all 10 areas. We also obviously need to provide information on our roads and our bridges, the lengths of those roads, whether they're timber, whether they're concrete, information on roads that are sealed, unsealed, whether they're state roads, local roads. So it's not necessarily an onerous process, but we need to provide that data back, and that all goes into the model that the Local Government Grants Commission have. They throw it in there and it does its little calculations and spits out an answer.
Do they ask about an airport? Whether you've got an airport?
I'd have to take that on.
I was interested before when Mr Grant said about the things that the cities have.
It doesn't provide all the... There's more information than we provide there than on this form, but I have to take it on notice. But I'm confident, I'm not sure that they necessarily talk about airports.
Just for you on the line there, we're just referencing a document which we received most recently from the Local Government Grants Commission, and it has some of that criteria and some of the elements that Mr Hanson's speaking to included in that document. But if there's a specific question, we could take that on notice and provide further information in due course.
Do you have an airport?
Yeah.
That council maintains as well? Yeah.
Yes.
Our airport is vitally important for the community and for the economy, and is also heavily utilised by emergency services to be able to, support wider regions for varying types of support. Recently, RFS was using that as a base, and flying doctor services and the like. So, and interestingly, the state government doesn't pay for those landing but local farmers have to if they're using it for crop dusting or something.
Has your council benefited from the regional airport infrastructure, the upgrade for the airport? Yeah, that's it.
Matt Hanson, yes, we have. We've had one RAP application in the past, and we've got another one which has been approved, which is for improved lighting. And we hope to do those works in the next financial year. Actually, it might even be this financial year, starting this financial year.
Great.
So can I just, thank you, can I continue I was just wondering in relation to, that's all right. Well, it goes to my point. I mean, just from an assessment, do you feel like that, if that information is fed into the model to spit out the allocation, I mean, is it truly capturing your situation in terms of the cost that you're bearing? I mean, is it missing things that it should capture that might actually enable a better distribution?
Matt Hanson, again, the answer is yes, I think it is. In terms of, I guess the tricky part is identifying what information you capture, and the model. And again, I'm not intimately familiar with it, but I have been to presentations with the Local Government Grants Commission. It is quite complex, and the more you put into the model, the less impact each of those items has on actually adjusting the amount that actually comes out at the end. So whether I've got 5 aquatic centres as opposed to 4, by the time you're starting to add 70 or 80 variables, that extra aquatic centre might only move the end result by $1,000 here or there. Well, that was the explanation that was put to me by LGC, pardon me, when I raised it with them at a forum some time ago. Is the more complex we make the model, the less impact each item actually has on the bottom line.
I guess the issue though is the model's meant to be, on the basis of what's in the federal legislation, to be able to model the differentials so that, if you're below the average of what is reasonably expected of the council to deliver, then, the allocation is meant to adjust for what, that weakness. But if the information isn't truly capturing the burden, the cost burden, the infrastructure tasks that you have, then that obviously skews the allocation. So, have you got any sense of how long has that request been going? Has there been any review of what you are asked to provide that you're aware of?
Matt Hanson, yes, there has been in my time in local government, not while I've been working at Griffith, but certainly in a previous council. I've attended a presentation, I think it might have actually been in this very room, from the Local Government's Grant Commission, where they've run through a process of requesting feedback on how the model might change. I guess what has changed has been change on the margin, as opposed to a fundamental look at the whole model itself, because I do wonder that, again, tinkering with the model and adding additional complexity may not necessarily generate an outcome, whereas it might, going back to the drawing board and saying, do we start again, and saying, okay, instead of trying to count all these items, is there a more efficient way and a way that might actually reflect bigger changes than just tinkering with, have we counted this item, have we not counted that item, might actually see some change. What that looks like, I'm not sure, but it's certainly, that might be a better approach than just continuing to,
I think one of the
build on the
matters,
model.
I might just add to Mr. Hanson there, and it doesn't fit nicely with a black and white based model. Is a judgment factor in some areas around the necessity for rural and regional communities to survive. Earlier on there was some discussion about potential conflict of one agency versus another in government. Right now we've just made a fairly substantial submission to the Murray-Darling Basin Review, which is up effectively about water recoveries that are diminishing the economic activity in our region. That's happening at a time where we're here today talking about financial sustainability of local government. There's a conflict in that. The point that I'd think about in terms of the Grants Commission consideration, which doesn't fit easily on a spreadsheet, is if we consider the geopolitical environment we're in at the moment and some of the impacts on matters such as fuel, and think about in our area the food bowl, food and fibre that's produced in our region, to what extent does that as a factor come into the consideration of financial sustainability? I don't know if it fits into a spreadsheet, but I think it's a very valuable factor about there's an ongoing continuity and requirement to be productive in regional and rural areas in some parts of the country that should be considered and allowed as part of some sort of funding consideration.
Well, thank you very much for that. It's food for thought. Pardon the pun. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you. I think we'll conclude there, but thank you very much for your evidence here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. The public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Hay Shire Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
I'm Carol Odaway. I'm Mayor of Hay Shire Council.
David Webb, the General Manager, Hay Shire Council.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, and we might start on teleconference.
Alison Penfold, member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Jo Brisky, member for Maribyrnong in Metro Melbourne.
And Fiona Phillips, member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Okay, so I'll start. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Hay community. I come to you from a small rural council that is doing everything it can to remain strong, sustainable and livable. But we are doing so within a system that is no longer fit for purpose. Local government today is no longer just about roads, rates and rubbish. In communities like Hay, we are delivering medical services, operating an aerodrome, supporting housing development, delivering youth programs and providing aged care, community transport and supporting childcare. We lead economic development and tourism, and we're increasingly expected to respond to drought and coordinate large-scale renewable energy projects, often without the funding, authority or workforce to match. We are also responsible for delivering essential water and sewer services, maintaining and upgrading complex ageing infrastructure that is critical to public health. And despite our size, we still deliver libraries, parks, waste collection and road maintenance to the same standards as larger councils. We are not stepping into these roles by choice. We are stepping in because if we don't, no one else will. This is the reality of cost shifting, and it is not theoretical, it is happening every day in our community. Nationally, cost shifting now exceeds $1.5 billion annually. For Hay, that equates to nearly $900,000 each year, effectively taken from our ratepayers and redirected away from local priorities. At the same time, our ability to raise revenue is severely constrained. With just over 1,800 ratepayers, we simply do not have the scale or capacity of metropolitan councils. Yet we are expected to deliver the same, if not greater, levels of services across vast distances. As a result, we are increasingly reliant on external funding just to survive. In our most recent budget, around 70% of council's revenue came from grants. That is not a sign of strength, that is a sign of structural imbalance. Financial assistance grants are critical to our survival, but the current distribution model is failing rural and remote councils. Funding is being diverted to metropolitan councils with far greater capacity to raise their own revenue, while communities like ours struggle to maintain essential services and infrastructure. There are also serious concerns that the principle of horizontal fiscal equalisation, designed to ensure all councils can provide a similar standard of service, is not being properly applied. Councils like Hay, facing higher costs and greater disadvantage, are missing out, while better resourced councils continue to receive a significant share of funding. That is not equity, and it's not sustainable. At the same time, our costs continue to rise. Materials, electricity, fuel, compliance, staffing. While rate pegging limits our ability to respond, Over time, this has created a widening gap between what councils are expected to deliver and what we can afford. And still we deliver. We maintain extensive road networks vital to agriculture and freight. We deliver water and sewer services. We support our most vulnerable residents. We enable economic development, including nationally significant renewable energy projects, often absorbing the impacts without adequate funding or support. But there is a limit. Without reform, without a fairer distribution of financial assistance grants, without addressing cost shifting, and without recognising the full scope of what local government now delivers, rural councils will continue to fall behind. And when rural councils struggle, rural communities suffer. This inquiry presents an opportunity to reset the system, to ensure that councils like Hay have the capacity not to survive, but to thrive. Because strong local government is not just a local issue, it is fundamental to the strength of our nation. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much for that very comprehensive opening statement. I was going to ask you a question about the types of services that you provide and how that's changed over the years, but I think you've answered that quite comprehensively. Just a question on that. So I think you said you have aged care services as well. What sort of aged care services?
So we provide community support to the home. Yes, I'll hand over the General Manager, who's probably a little bit more across.
It's David Webb. So what we provide is we do community services support. So we do Meals on Wheels, community transport, respite care, those sorts of things. We do not run an aged care service. There's a provider in town which is a community provider. It's not it's a non-for-profit. So we used to support them where we can, but our services is critical to the town. So and it is funded from both levels of government. So, but that's the service we provide. It's critical. They do lunches during the week. They organise people so they can get out of their homes and go and do things. And like I said, community transport and the Meals on Wheels and those sorts of things. So that's sort of the aged care provide. Aging in place.
And I imagine that's you're the only service that provides
There is a couple other providers in town, but they don't provide the level that we provide.
Yeah. So the community transport.
Yes, they don't provide the community transport.
We're the only one that does the community transport, correct.
And just so for the benefit of everyone on the committee, do you provide like early learning, childcare, family?
We don't provide childcare or early learning, but we do support them by providing them the accommodation that they work out of with a peppercorn rent. We're the landlord, let's call it. So we provide two properties, plus they use our halls and everything, and they charge $1 a year to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And you said you've got an airport as well.
Yes.
It's a non-commercial airport, so we have an aerodrome. Yeah. So there used to be domestic flights there 30 years ago. So it's important for our community. It costs us about $400,000 a year to run that. So there's agricultural services run out of it. People can fly in and out. There's recreational flyers. The emergency services is the most popular one. Royal Fire Doctor Services, air ambulance that comes in. You've got the Angel Flight. You've got the RFS use it. So it's a really important facility for our community.
And so have you received any assistance in funding towards
We have a few years ago. So they did a program around the remote airports, but we're not remote, which is really strange. Our Hay Township, which is I've written to the government about this to Minister McBain, the Hay Township and the airport is right on the edge of town, is classed as outer regional. As soon as you go outside the town limits, it becomes remote. So therefore, aerodrome doesn't qualify for the remote airports program, even though we are remote and it's critical. So therefore, it's 50-50 funding, which we can't afford the cash contribution. If you go to the remotes, which is the regional airports program, if you go to remote airstrip program, and then that's 100% funded by the government, but we don't qualify.
Yeah, wow. Okay. All right. No, thank you for clarifying that. And I just have a question, and I know you've got, is it 2 renewable energy zones and projects? Can you tell us a bit more about that? And I guess, community thoughts on that, and also what that means for you as a council financially and non-financially as well.
Did you want to answer that?
I'll hand to the General Manager on that one. He's,
So we're in the Southwest Renewable Energy Zone, Southwest Res. We have two projects that have a footprint in our LGA. So council is very pro renewables. We see the benefit of that long term. The wind, solar, and battery systems suit our topography and our rangeland farming. It actually suits our agriculture industry. It can coexist, and the community. We've worked hard to get the community on side, and the community is on side. Is very supportive of this. In terms of council, so financially, there's planning agreements we're working on, and they haven't been. There's letters of intent, but no planning agreements have been signed or anything yet. So there is a substantial amount of money that can come into the community via council and community benefit funds down the track, but that's still going to be another few years away before we ever see any of that. But in terms of the impost on council as an organisation, it's been very, very resource hungry. There's basically one person and myself and a couple of others helping on the side. So we have to do the same amount of work at Hay as you do at Dubbo. We've got 60 staff, they've got 600 staff. It's the exact same impost on us as an organisation in terms of going through EISs, working with planning, dealing with all the matters. So as much as we support this as a council and as a community, there has been an impact, and we're working to make sure that we can minimise those impacts. And it does take a lot of time and a lot of resources from council to do that. But again, we'll still maintain that we're happy to work with these proponents and EnergyCo to work through these developments.
Okay, I might go to you, Ms. Penfold.
Thank you, Chair. I was just a pretty direct question. Are you asking for financial autonomy in terms of an outcome from this inquiry?
It's David Webb here. I'd absolutely love to be able to be a bit more self-sustainable. Absolutely. So the way we operate is that we'd like to control our own destiny as best as we can and do what we can for our community. And I think if you could talk to anyone in the community, you would see that we're pretty proactive council, and we try and achieve what we can achieve as the best outcomes. In terms of the number one thing that you could help us, if that's what your question is absolutely financial assistance grants. If there's one thing I could walk away from this inquiry, or is to get a bit more of assistance. Now, for us, financial assistance grants is about 40% of our income, and I'm saying $2 million to us is life-changing, is what we're talking about. Life-changing in our less than $15 million budget. So that's the magnitude we're talking about in terms of, it's not in terms of the financial assistance grants across the nation and New South Wales. It's just minuscule, but we're talking about councils in Sydney that get $10, $12, $15 million in financial assistance grants in their $300 and $400 million budgets, and we get $4.5 in our less than $15 million budget. So it's significant for us to be able to get that little bit more with working through that model, or as I heard Griffith just talk about, if the model was completely re-looked at. So yes, the answer to your question would be that's what we'd love to be able to achieve out of this.
Okay, so I note thank you for that. I note from your submission you made that point about increasing financial assistance grants, but you also talked about reform of distribution.
Yep.
So how is the pie carved up? Have you given any thought, and can you share the changes that you think should be made to the Local Government Financial Assistance Act and its national guidelines to address your concerns, particularly around horizontal fiscal equalisation?
I'd love to. So as much as we'd love to have the pie increased for the whole industry, I acknowledge that that's going to be really hard to achieve, and our council's position is that we would rather see redistribution before the increase in pie, and I know that'll be against what other councils will tell you, because we don't believe it's equitable at the moment. So the answer to your question would be is if you could get rid of or reduce the minimum population factor, the 30%, So my submission talked about 10%, but even if you got rid of that completely, this then gives you the freedom to distribute on need, which is the disability allowance and all those sorts of other factors, the distances and the diseconomies of scale that we have in small rural areas, and the fact that we provide everything that opens and shuts for our community that they desire and that they need, and it compared to what some of our city cousins have to do. So the redistribution would be the single most important thing, I think, rather than increasing the pie, in my personal view, because I know that increasing the pie is going to be very difficult. And I wrote down a submission about the bucket. I think I mentioned the bucket. The bucket's the bucket, and we get that. And so that's where we tip the bucket out. That's how we see it.
Do you think this is a redistribution done at the New South Wales Grants Commission level, or it is going to take legislative reform of the Act to actually achieve the change?
It's going to have to take legislative reform. The Grants Commission spoke last week on a webinar, and they sit behind the legislation. They made it very, very, very clear. They're looking at the methodology, but they kept saying we can't do anything because of the legislation. So it starts with the federal government and the legislation. If we can, you've only got to remove that one thing, and that gives you then freedom to move the money where you need to move the money to. That's in my view.
Just following on, if there's going to be sort of significant legislative reform, do you think that the formula adequately deals with your asset renewal gap, and is your depreciation is your capital infrastructure program keeping pace with your depreciation schedule of assets?
So the answer, no, it's definitely not. Our asset, we've done very well in the last 5 or 6 years to renew a lot of assets. So we're in a very fortunate position. Our assets are in a sound, if not better, condition. So that gives us a bit of breathing space while we're working through these issues. So, but it does know. Our gap's widening. At the moment, our long-term financial plan is looking at about 60% renewal rate, which should be close, in our situation, should be closer to 80 to 90. I would never expect a small rural council to be 100%. It's just, you just could not ever achieve that. But if I thought we were up above 80, 85, I thought we'd be doing very well. At the moment, we're sitting at 60, which is a concern long term. It's not a concern in the short term. So we are not funding our asset renewal. To answer your question, our depreciation has increased $2 million in the last 5 years because of the way that the auditors and the state government are making us calculate our depreciation, which is another separate issue altogether, of course.
Okay, well, and look, Chair, just a final question on, same again around financial assistance grants. I understand it's very dry out your way. Do you think that the formula properly accounts for drought exposure and climate variability?
I don't know how you could do that. I'd be interested to know how you could put that in, how you can make that go into the thing. So I think that's not. I don't think that should be a consideration. You need to look at the capacity to pay and the economic index of the community. Just because we're dry doesn't mean that agriculture can't produce, the economically development of the area can't occur. So I don't think that should be a factor. I think you should look at the capacity and the ability to pay of the community, and our community. We've talked about special rate variations, and we've definitely said that's not an option because our community could not afford to pay any further rate. So I don't think the climate variability should be a factor because that's going to, wherever you go, you're going to have that. You could go up to the north coast of New South Wales, where you're from, and then you'll say then they get a lot of floods and storms, and does that impact the economic capacity of that region? So I think it's more about the ability to comply, but the issue for us is the tyranny of distance, the small economies of scale. We have a reasonable large road network. We're nearly 12,000 square kilometres, and we have 1,000 k's of roads, which is a small road network compared to a lot of LGAs, but it's a lot of long distance. It's 150 kilometres from our office to one of our boundaries on the Shire. So it's a fair way to go and do something. So you got the diseconomies of scale, tyranny of distances, the increased costs to do things out there, plus all the services that we have to provide. That's in our submission that we talked about, that we're going to provide as a small council. That's where we generate 2.8, 2.9 in rates.
Okay, thank you, Chair. If there's other opportunity, I've got more questions, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Ms Brisky next.
Thanks very much. Thank you for your presentation today and your submission. Wanted to really start together, like part of the work that we're doing as a committee is understanding all of the different intersections of government at all three tiers, and particularly obviously the interaction between state and federal with local council. And one of the things you mentioned in your submission was the implications of the freeze on the indexation of the FA grants, and you talk about the ongoing, or the fact that you haven't truly recovered from that financially. I just wondered if you could step out what that has meant, and also then in connection with the FA grants, obviously the introduction of our Roads to Recovery program as another untied grant that has been increasing in value over that time. How has that helped, or how has that been rolled out in your council area, taking into consideration, the financial difficulty around the indexation freeze?
Do you want to answer that, Madam Mayor? No. So to answer the first one on the fixing of the financial assistance grants back in the mid-teens, so it's a similar scenario is if council decides not that I would ever encourage it, but if council decides not to put up their rates because they felt the community couldn't afford, you never get that back. You'd never, because of the compounding effect. And it's the same when they froze them there for a few years. So the submission talks about what that cost impact was for us on those losses, and it's the same situation where they changed the formula recently by IPART, and it was a rear-looking formula of how they calculated the rate peg for the following year, and then all of a sudden they changed it to a forward-looking formula right at the point at the time at the end of COVID, when we had inflation at 7 or 8%. All of a sudden we were looking, and we missed the peak. We missed the peak of what we're looking at, and that cost us about $180,000 in rate income at that one change at that one time. It was just unfortunate. And the financial assistance grants was the same. Freezing was the same thing. You just never, because of the compound effect, you never ever catch that up. In terms of the second part, if you could just repeat the second part of your question, sorry.
Just in terms of then some of the shifts, obviously, since that time has been the introduction of our Roads to Recovery program.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, and I just wanted to get your sense of how that has worked for your council.
The Roads to Recovery, fantastic program, easy to administer, easy to deal with. In terms of the almost doubling of the allocation, I think we're in about year 3 in terms of the doubling of allocation. It's been a godsend for us. I mean, roads is our biggest asset and our biggest spend a year. Cannot thank the government enough for that program, and very welcome. And it's made a positive and huge impact for us. It's allowed us to work together on other grants because we can use that for our local roads. You can't use Roads Recovery on any regional roads, which is a whole nother story of pain, because that funding is declined in real value by the state government significantly, and I had that in our submission. But yes, Roads Recovery, fantastic. Thank you very much. Love it. Continue it. Keep doing what you're doing.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm happy to. I've got another question, but I'm happy to go back to. Followed all yourself, Chair.
You go, Ms Brisky.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to go explore a bit further. You mentioned, I think we're also talking about in our response to the Chair's earlier question around the work that you've been doing in renewable energy space. And I was just wondering whether you might be able to expand on that a bit further around some of the drought resilient plans that you've got, that you've embraced, climate adaptation, and the hosting of those renewable energy zones. I wanted to know how that's been for your community, how that's worked for you guys.
Yeah, so it's been quite positive. So we did a drought resilience plan back in 2024. We've just finished our 10-year economic roadmap. It was adopted by council a couple of months ago, all based around that. And it's one of its parts is to do with the renewable energy zone. So obviously having another large industry in our LGA helps drought-proof us. And that's what's really exciting for us, given our rangeland farming and the dry climate that we've already spoken about. So it provides a positive effect in the community because they can see not just the sugar hit through construction. We're trying to look at what we can do legacy-wise, where planning agreement money or community benefit funds money are not going to the football clubs and shirts and that I'll still do that, but we're talking about setting up things in our country university centre we just opened where we become a training hub for wind turbine mechanics, for argument's sake, or we're using the developers to, instead of having all the staff put on camps on site out on the wind farms, that they help develop some housing in town that we can use as legacy housing. And we've done a program and a business case around where we use some of the hospital land to develop a housing precinct where some of that's for health staff because they can't never get, every time they keep losing health staff because they can't get housing. And also independent living. We don't have any independent living in town, so older people live in the 3, 4, 5 bedroom homes in town, one person, which means it's not been freed up for a family. But if we can provide some other accommodation where they can downsize and move into, they're not ready to go into a retirement village, but they can downsize. So we're looking at, that's the housing initiative. So the rural developments and some of the money that comes from all that is providing the catalyst or the ability to consider these things that we not normally would be able to consider.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So you're looking to do that into the future, the independent living.
So we're looking. We've done the business case. We're working with the MIHD to look at the land. We're talking to developers to help kick the tin. We're looking at whatever mechanism we can to make this happen. So they may use it as temporary accommodation through their work, some of their workers during the construction phase, but it's left to council as a legacy and that we can then let health staff live in or rent out to for independent living. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah. And have you looked at utilising the Housing Australia Future Fund?
So we're not eligible for that. You've got to be community housing provider for that. So on that though, we developed a 9-lot subdivision in South Hay. I don't know why we didn't call it South Hay because it's just part of Hay. So anyway, it's not that big. They need to have another suburb.
It's our suburb, South Hay.
It just happens to be on the south side of the river. Anyway, so we did 9-lot, and we've actually gifted that to Argyle Housing, which is the community housing provider for our region. Yeah. And part of that deal was that they have to provide under the HAF, which they have to that. And so they developed the 9 lots into 19 dwellings, of which 2 dwellings, part of the deal is 2 dwellings come back to council for our council staff. Okay. And if they don't develop the land in 4 or 5 years, then the land will come back to us for $1. Yeah, so we get the land back. So we work with the housing providers so they can do the HAF, but the councils aren't eligible for the HAF funding. So.
Yeah. Okay. And just on that, on workforce, because it all links together, doesn't it, and housing. So what's your experience with workforce for council and generally within the community?
Yeah, so council, we're 60 employees, full-time equivalent, which we're the biggest employer in the LGA. Yeah. So we've got a full complement. We don't have any vacancies, and we've been pretty stable. We still have a turnover of staff, but they're all been at the lower levels, which is not unusual for our industry. So I'm very proud that we've got a full complement, and we pretty much maintain a full complement. It's very hard to attract and retain in rural areas, but our senior staff and our managers have been very stable for a long time. But we have a grow within philosophy, so we've been working really hard to upskill and develop our own people. So on the hope that they will stay, we could buy in the specialists, but they don't tend. You tend to pay overs for them, and they don't tend to stay long enough, and doesn't provide that long-term stability or capacity building the organisation. So we work really hard to do that, and it's been proven pretty successful. We've put a few initiatives in place around that. Attraction, retention. In terms of the community, we're pretty much at zero unemployment. There's only the chronic. I think we're at 2% or something like that, which is the chronically unemployed. So we're pretty much at zero unemployment. So having these renewables come in is a concern in terms of the impact on trying to how they can employ that. So we are working with some of the local businesses that might want to upgrade or upskill or expand, but they're going to be very few and far between. So most of these renewable energies are going to have to bring their staff in, which they know. That's why they're talking about building camps on their site. But we want the legacy housing out of that. So there has been a drain over time of the decline in population in terms of some of those specialist skills out of towns like accountants and solicitors and those things. I mean, they're still in town, but there's not as many as there used to be, or teachers as the schools decline.
And a lot of government departments have shut down, like Department of Public Works, the Lands Department, which have taken jobs out of those places.
Well, those professional jobs as well.
Professional jobs. The hospitality industry is struggling to attract workers. So that's an issue at times. Businesses don't stay open over busy periods that we need them to stay open because they can't get people to work for them. Hospitals find it very difficult to attract registered nurses and enrolled nurses because they can't get housing, they can't get childcare. We've got a very long waiting list on our childcare list, and we have very short amount of housing supply. So we do have issues around.
We've got issues and we're well aware of those, and this is part of that renewable energy. To go back to that topic, is allowing us to have that really robust discussion around employment and housing and all those other things that go, medical services and childcare to go with that. And that's what we're really working hard at council to make sure there's a legacy out of all those. So instead of, as I said, supplying the football clubs, which is can we get some money out of this to develop another building to be a childcare facility, which is what we are literally working on, so we can expand the childcare capacity in the in the town, which will help then attract more people in and support the community. So that's what we're focusing on, and that's part of that whole employment discussion. So from a council's perspective, we're fully kitted up. And proactive. We certainly give it our best shot to make sure we can attract and retain people. So
and you mentioned you have a country universities
Yes, we do.
centre. Do you have TAFE as well? Yeah.
So the Country University Centre is co-located with TAFE.
Right.
We are the pilot project, so that's the first one in the nation to be co-located with a TAFE. So all eyes are on us about how it all works. We do have a few teething problems with leases and things at the moment, but we'll work our way through that. And it'll be very good. It's a game changer really for our community. We have a very low level of people with tertiary qualifications, so that will upskill people. We'll be able to retain people within the community who can stay and study. And we're very excited to have our Country University Centre.
And she's very modest because Carol is the chair of the board of the Country University Centre for Hay as well. So she's very modest. So council did quite a bit of work in the background to help land that. That's
great.
Yeah, and worked and helped negotiate that deal with TAFE to co-locate, because that was something that was left field thinking that we thought of from a council's perspective. So
which I think set our application apart from others, which helped it be successful. So
that's great.
We're very keen to make it work.
And just to see that, that synergy between all the, into the future around TAFE, and I'm imagining with the renewable energy projects and training in terms of electrical and all of that.
So they're the discussions we're having with developers all the time in terms of, okay, we're happy, you're going to come in, you're going to do what you're going to do, we're happy to support you, but you need to leave something here for us as well, post-construction. So that's those discussions. They've been quite good, I have to say. It's been quite positive.
Okay. Ms Penfold.
Thank you again, Chair. Can I just ask one question related to workforce? Do you have to rely on consultants, or you actually have employees to be able to deliver all the services of council?
Was I meant to answer that then?
I'll let you answer that. I can answer that, but I'll let you answer that.
No, I am a person that likes to control my own destiny, and I will do anything I can possibly do myself. I will do it. So I will not use a consultant. If I think I can do the job and do it as nearly as good as a consultant, we'll do it ourselves. So we do not rely on consultants, to answer your question.
And that's also a cost
I
saving
guess it's more in
measure.
relation to, sorry, we've had evidence, a number of, more remote regional, rural councils for like engineers, etc., not being able to get people on staff, so they've had to rely on consultants in that way to be able to provide the services rather than, seeking reviews of issues. You know what I mean? That's the question. Yeah.
No, we do everything ourselves. So we don't rely on consultants at all. We only do it if it's a very specialised thing that we can't do in-house. Otherwise, we'll certainly give it a crack ourselves.
Okay. Oh, that's great. That's great. Can I then, have you had to seek any assistance under the disaster funding, recovery funding arrangements?
Not recently. 2022 floods was the last time, and we were the first council in New South Wales to get the money because we were organised with our paperwork, and we were the first council to deliver everything we had to deliver, and we did ours in less than 12 months. So we're well and finished, gone past. So we haven't had anything since 22.
What was your...
Sorry?
Sorry. I was going to ask, what's your experience with the betterment funding?
Well, I understand. So obviously they don't fund betterment, so it's put back how it was. So we get that. So it's a difficult one because to make something better obviously costs a lot more. So that's got to come from somewhere. So it's how can you repair something and not make it better, or how can you repair something and make it better? It's a difficult conversation, and I don't think there's an easy answer to that one. So we haven't done any betterment on anything we've done. We just got the money as required under the guidelines just to repair or replace a road or fix a road or whatever the case may be. We haven't done any betterment around anything to do with disaster funding.
Your comment's interesting because we had NEMA appear before us, and a specific question on betterment says there is betterment funding available. So we've got a disconnect between what council's experience is and what our national agency is saying. Did you receive any Cat D funding, or was it all Cat B and C, A, B and C?
No, I think it was C and D from memory. But
you did get D?
Yeah, I think so. No, I'm pretty sure it was C and D. But we only repaired. So when they come out to assess the roads, I mean, they look at the gravel, they look at the culvert, they look at everything, and they say, right, you've had 100 mils of gravel there. That's what you've got to put back. There was never ever been a discussion on betterment, I can assure you.
Would you have liked to have had that conversation on betterment? I mean, have you got an example where a road was impacted, you built it back the same, and it's, as exposed as it was to another flood event, vis-a-vis building it up higher or other improvements that would, reduce the likelihood of damage in a flood event?
Absolutely. You'd have to take each case on its merits, but you certainly like to have the discussion and what's the options and who pays for that and how that could be done at the time. I would welcome that discussion and have a look at it. So a road, in our situation where it's so flat, it's putting additional balance culverts in across a road or lifting it up slightly so it doesn't flood over. It would be our solutions for us, which is relatively inexpensive in the schemes of things. However, but again, you'd have to take on its merits and where that money's coming from and a timeline and all sorts of things. So there's a few factors involved, but certainly would welcome the discussion.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Brisky?
I don't think I had any further questions. It's been really helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I just have a question around sharing, I guess, services or contracts or anything like that. So is that something that you do?
I'll let you answer that.
Again, you probably, I've said to him, I'm a bit of a controller of my own destiny, so I'd like to look after and do our stuff themselves. So we do share some service with, and Griffith is the one that we do share some services with, and other neighbouring councils.
Yeah.
Supply contracts is probably the one that you could do that works well. So a joint alum contract for your water treatment plants or bitumen emulsion or something like that works. Where you have, what I found in my experience, we have a shared service, and that service is housed at one of the councils that shares. It typically ends up being that council has control and they have get the most use out of that, even though they're supposed to share it. So it works in some instances and sometimes it doesn't. In terms of, so we already do, councils already do that where they can and can make it work. But again, it's not a massive cost saving depending on what that service may be. But then if you're relying on a service that comes from another council, then you're not as responsive as you could possibly be to your community. And then you lose that capacity in your organisation. So I'm always about building capacity and trying to look after ourselves. So I would prefer to persevere as much as I can to learn and train and mentor staff to be able to do that in. If we can't afford it, then sure, we might talk to another council. But supply contracts, there's definitely opportunities around things like where you got materials. It doesn't matter where you're going, and you might be able to get a bulk buy, let's call it. That's certainly where opportunities are, and we already do that.
Yeah, great. And maybe just a final question for the committee. What would be your top 2 recommendations for the federal government to help improve local government?
Oh, there's only one. There's only a top one.
No, I need 2.
The only thing that we could possibly get out of this is some increase in financial assistance grants. Like I said, we're about $2 million that we'd like to try and get, which might seem a lot, but for us, it's a game change for us. I only have one request. Is to sort financial assistance grants and get more to the rural and remote councils. That's the only request I've got. If you can solve that for me, I can deal with and live with every other problem that gets thrown at us.
Okay. And I think that's more around the equity of it rather than increasing. We understand it's very difficult for an increase to the 1%. That'd be great if that happened. But whatever it is, if you could distribute it more equitably, so that rural councils can get on with doing what they need to do.
I'll echo that. Is that love the 1%, but look, we're realistic and we think and you do give us more in roads recovery and everything as you mentioned. If it's just to redistribute what you've already give out to local government, that would be the one thing that's the only thing we ask for, because the rest of it we can deal with. If we financially, because we're getting constrained every year, as we put in our submission, we're getting constrained every year. It's getting harder and harder and harder. We can deal with those things if we got the money to do with what we've got to do.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I'll now suspend the hearing. Okay, I now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the New South Wales Country Mayors and Regional Capitals Australia to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Julie Maria Briggs, Policy Advisor with the Country Mayors Association of New South Wales.
Diana Mislov. I'm the Mayor of the City of Port Lincoln and the Treasurer and South Australian representative of Regional Capitals Australia.
Rachel Sweeney, Secretariat, Regional Capitals Australia.
Do we have anyone else from Regional Capitals Australia?
It's Diana again. We are also joined today by Rachel Sweeney, who is the Regional Capitals Australia Secretariat, and in the office with me I have the CEO Eric Brown and Mr. David Levy from the City of Port Lincoln.
Oh, great. Thank you for that. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with a transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference. And we might start with the committee members on teleconference first.
Alison Penfold, Member for Lyme, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Jo Brisky, Member for Maribyrnong, Metro Melbourne.
And Fiona Phillips, the Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, and we might start with Mrs. Briggs. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the Standing Committee on this very important issue, financial sustainability for local government. I'd first like to put an apology in for Mayor Rick Furman. I am the Chairman of Country Mayors Association and Mayor of Temora Shire Council, who can't be here today because of prior commitments. The Country Mayors Association represents 89 councils located in remote, rural and regional New South Wales, as well as 5 associate members. The CMA's goal is to promote and advocate for our member councils and the communities they represent across a broad range of matters, as well as the local government sector as a whole. We've been in operation for 45 years and we aim to create genuine, respectful and productive relationships with state and federal government to empower, engage and promote and deliver positive outcomes for regional New South Wales. Our members represent almost 3 million people, 3 million New South Wales residents. We cover an area of around 700,000 square kilometres, stretching from the beautiful beaches in Ballina out to the deserts in Broken Hill. Our most recent survey of members, and we survey our members every year, their greatest concern is financial sustainability. Many councils in remote, rural and regional New South Wales are faced daily with choices about what services they can cut, maintain, what capital expenditures they can make. And many of these are, delayed because of financial constraints. And they also question how they can remain competitive in a skills shortage environment. We know and recognise that local government is the government at the grassroots. In remote, rural and regional New South Wales, being at the grassroots means that councils become the provider of last resort, whether it is in aged care or childcare, training programs. Sometimes they've held Medicare provider numbers, they provide doctor surgeries in order to attract doctors. And indeed, our regional cities are also providing airports and meeting the cost of maintaining those. Market failure is a big issue in remote and rural communities. It means that often councils have to step in to meet the gaps and fulfil what usually in metropolitan areas would be done by commercial operators. Our goal is for most of our members is to have equitable access to services that many metropolitan communities take for granted. Either the council steps up or its residents go without or have to travel hundreds of kilometres to access a service or facility. The situation is compounded because many of our remote rural local government areas cover a geographic area that's the size of a European country, yet their population density is at around 2.9, something similar to that. The spread of the population, virtually no viable public transport options, forces councils to provide multiple service delivery points, multiple pools, multiple landfills, multiple administration services, multiple libraries, so that people can actually access the services they need to live well in the communities that they've chosen to live in. Councils are committed to providing reasonable access and equity outcomes for their residents. And so, you know, the multiplicity of recreation areas, parks, fields, gardens, add to the cost of service delivery for particularly for remote rural councils. The CMA believes that there is insufficient recognition of the unique challenges that local governments in remote, rural and regional New South Wales face in order to ensure equitable access to the services and facilities for their residents. The more that state and federal government, private enterprise and not-for-profit step away from the provision of services and facilities in our remote rural communities because of the costs involved, the more local government is forced to step up and step in. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that the finances have reached a breaking point. We welcome this inquiry. We think it's very, very important. As I said, this is the most important issues that our 89 members have, and it's the one they talk about constantly.
Thank you. And now Mayor Mislop.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to be heard today. Regional Capitals Australia welcomes this opportunity to contribute to the inquiry into local government funding and fiscal sustainability. Regional Capitals Australia is an alliance of 21 regional capital cities across the country. These cities perform a critical capital city role within their regions, acting as service, employment and education hubs for surrounding towns and rural communities. My name is Diana Mislov. I'm the Mayor of the City of Port Lincoln and the Treasurer and South Australian representative of Regional Capitals Australia. I'm joined today, as I mentioned before, by CEO Eric Brown and David Levy from the City of Port Lincoln and Rachel Sweeney, the Regional Capitals Australia Secretariat. And we're pleased to appear or be heard on behalf of our member cities. Our submission highlights a fundamental issue. The role of local government has expanded significantly, but the funding framework has not kept pace. Regional capital cities play a critical role in Australia's national economy and livability. They provide a highly livable and increasingly attractive alternative to our major metropolitan centres, offering the opportunity to support population growth while easing pressure on congested capital cities. Around 5 million people live in regional cities, and a further 4 million in surrounding rural communities rely on them for services and employment. Each day, more than 9 million Australians depend on regional capitals for healthcare, childcare, education, transport and government services. Our cities are growing and our members are actively managing population expansion while continuing to deliver services, infrastructure and economic opportunities for their communities. With the right policy settings, regional capitals are well placed to support a more balanced pattern of national growth. However, realising this potential depends on ensuring that regional capitals are financially sustainable and properly supported. The growing structural gap between what councils are expected to deliver and what they're financially able to sustain is growing. Our funding environment is no longer fit for purpose. Financial assistance grants have declined in real terms. Rate capping and pegging restrict councils' ability to respond to cost pressures, and reliance on inconsistent competitive grant funding undermines long-term planning and financial sustainability. This inquiry presents an important opportunity to realign funding so regional capitals can continue to support national growth, productivity and livability. Our submission contains sustainability policy points for this local government funding and sustainability inquiry, and I take it as read. However, we are able to go through those policies and recommendations with you if you like, or take questions at this point, or I can handball to Rachel Sweeney, who might be able to elaborate further. We're in your hands, and yeah, please let me know what else I can contribute for you.
Oh, thank you. Well, look, we might go to questions. I think they'll come up anyway in some of the questions that we have. So I might just start with a question to Country Mayors Association, and then a question for regional capitals. So your submission has a thorough discussion about rates and levies. If you could make one change to rates or levies, what would it be, and how would it improve fiscal sustainability?
Well, as our submission says, the rate pegging in New South Wales has failed to keep pace with the rising costs. And because of the cumulative effect of a rate peg that doesn't meet the rising costs, we fall further and further behind. Add to that cost shifting in New South Wales, where we are expected, councils are expected to do to take on responsibilities that are inadequately funded, we fall further and further behind. I think that with rate pegging, I understand the need for a sound methodology. The one we have at the moment isn't really working for us. It needs a complete overhaul. The number of councils that are currently going for special rate variations in New South Wales indicates that it's not giving us business as usual, which it's supposed to do. Ideally, I think that one of the things that we have suggested in the past is that, you know, recognising that the state government has no appetite for removing rate pegging, is that councils be given more flexibility to go above the rate peg, you know, to say, okay, well, here's the peg, we can go another 3 points above or 4 points above in order to accommodate rising costs that haven't been properly factored in. IPART has moved to a more, it was one flat peg. It didn't matter whether you were in a city or at Broken Hill, you got the same rate peg. They have moved to a more individualised rate peg now, to a degree, and that's better, but still not good enough. I guess, you know, no rate peg would be, with councils having the responsibility to determine how much they need to actually run their councils effectively and efficiently and properly, would be ideal, but that is not reflective of the political environment in New South Wales, and therefore we need to look for other solutions, which would be the flexibility to raise it a fixed number of points above wherever the rate peg is, in order to accommodate the special needs of the council and its community.
Okay, thank you. And a question for Mayor Mislov. Your submission calls for the establishment of an ongoing, regular and reliable infrastructure fund, similar to the local roads and community infrastructure program, to give councils funding certainty and allow for planning in the annual budget process. How would this improve fiscal sustainability for regional capitals and for broader Australia?
Thank you. This will give certainty around what councils can use for budgeting processes moving forward. And I might actually go to Rachel to further elaborate and let her speak to this initially and maybe come back after she's finished.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So obviously the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund was a fund that was established during the COVID period, and it has fastly become one of the most favourite programs for all of our members, and I think that that's probably shared across regional Australia. The reason we have sort of made that recommendation is, as sort of has been articulated, in Victoria and also in New South Wales, there are sort of constraints around rating, so rate pegging and rate capping, and also the financial assistance grants aren't currently seen as, a fair share of the taxation framework in Australia for local government. So those sort of programs which would allow councils to point to the key things that their community needs and invest accordingly is not really a framework that can reflect those needs. Regional Capitals has articulated many areas in where we believe that we are taking a greater share of responsibility. So we have regional facilities for arts, culture, sporting. We have airports, which we recently did a report on, which showed that across regional Australia, there's a sort of an average loss of $200,000 a year for those regional airports, despite the role of being, community assets that are providing a range of services, not just these flights that come in and out every day. These services are sort of, the airports are sort of servicing fire, there's emergency response, health outcomes within the region as well. And in addition to that too, we're also sort of seeing that infrastructure such as water infrastructure and those sorts of growth enabling infrastructure is also not keeping pace with what's sort of happening there. We believe that a fund that could be established, it could reflect both the growth of our members and also the increased service level that these councils are actually providing. So the hub and spoke role of regional development really does reflect a strong service centre role for regional capitals, would better enable our members to be able to respond to the needs of not only their community, their rate-paying community, but their broader community as well.
And thank you for that. And Mrs. Briggs, what do you think about a dedicated community infrastructure fund?
Yeah, I think the idea has a great deal of merit. What tends to happen now is that councils can access grants to set things up, but it's the ongoing maintenance that's actually the killer for us. So I think I think that's an excellent idea to explore. And at the end of the day, there's just not enough money to do all the things that councils need to do. Do you know, in regional area, in remote, rural and regional, we're the largest investor in culture and the arts infrastructure. We're running regional, as Rachel just said, we're running regional airports. We're doing so many things on such a small budget, and out of this, what the country mayors would like to see is the FAGS grant increased. Now back as the Auditor General in New South Wales stated in its report in 2025 on local government, the auditor noted that it was 1% of taxation revenue in 1991. It's now less than half, it's around 0.45. That's just not enough, given the expanded nature of what local government has to do now compared to what it did in 1991. Federal funding just has not kept pace with the demand for local government services. And, it would be great to have an infrastructure fund. It would be great to have, a number of other funds. But at the end of the day, I think most people in local government would say an increase in the financial assistance grants would, right across the board, would help everybody.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. And in terms of the Roads to Recovery Fund, which is obviously a dedicated fund for roads, what's your experience with that across different councils in terms of supporting roads renewal?
Our councils are strongly supportive of roads to recovery, obviously. Road funding is basically insatiable. It doesn't matter how much road funding you get, it's almost never enough. And given, I think our members look after something like 146,000 kilometres of road in New South Wales, it's a pretty extensive job. And at the moment, local road, they get a local roads component out of, as you know, out of the financial assistance grants, and this road recovery. So, but we would want to see, all of the roads funding that we get continuing, because our members would say that they're still struggling now to meet the demands of the demands they have for road infrastructure.
I'm wondering, Mayor Misloff or someone from Regional Capitals, if you'd like to make a comment on the Roads to Recovery funding program in terms of, what's your experience with it? Is it a popular program and achieving what you want it to?
Thank you. I will handball that one to our CEO, Mr. Eric Brown, who's here.
Thank you.
And for the opportunity to speak on the Roads to Recovery funding. I've worked across a number of states, including New South Wales, Queensland, NT and South Australia. Universally, the Roads to Recovery funding is very well received. It is a very good example of big purpose infrastructure fund, which is also one of the key points that the RCA is lobbying for. It is very big purpose, obviously, it's in road maintenance, which is one of the most significant in the council, particularly in the regional area, modern days. The advantage of that.
Mr. Brown, can I just, sorry to interrupt, can I just make sure that you're not on speakerphone?
I am on speakerphone, but
it might be helpful just to hop off speakerphone, just for the audio clarity.
Okay.
This end.
Look, let's see if that works.
Yeah, thank you.
Look, the advantage of Roads to Recovery is that it also, from the grant funding body perspective, has an own source operating, own source expenditure model that not only ensures that that the funding is being used well, but that the council itself continues to spend a similar proportion of its expenditure on roads as well. And so through that reporting model and the consistency that that model has been, has allowed councils to actually use that funding to plan for long-term funding road renewal. It is now a consistent part of many budgets, and the recent, in the last number of years, the increase was very well received. So I think it's an example that justifies the RCA's position in advocating for more special purpose funding buckets. It's highly successful and it's very welcome.
Okay, thank you. I might go to the Deputy Chair, Ms. Penfold.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for appearing today. I just want to go firstly to one of the items in the terms of reference, which is under 3, consider whether existing funding mechanisms are addressing the evolving responsibilities of local government. The act under which the financial assistance grants are, the formula is set, the national guidelines, was passed in 1995. Could you perhaps go to sort of what changes, what responsibilities have changed for local government in the last 21 or so years? That's a question to both of you, both organisations. Thanks.
I can start if you like, Madam Mayor Misloff. So it's Rachel Sweeney from Regional Capitals. I think one of the things that we've definitely seen over the course of the last 20 years is obviously the role of service provision in regional areas. Our submission really does articulate sort of a range of areas, particularly things like, airports, water authorities, the arts and cultural aspect of livable communities, and then the sporting and sort of wider livability components of regional areas. But I think broader than that too, what we're actually starting to see at the moment too is, to the point that was made by country mayors, is what actually often happens in regional areas is where the market fails, and for instance, we're aware of instances where councils are stepping in to set up doctor surgeries because that's not occurring in certain markets at the moment. So they are setting up these surgeries to try and attract doctors or specialists into the area to ensure that there's a health provision in these areas. There'd be a multitude of the list would be as long as your arm as to the sorts of things that local government in a regional area is actually providing that a metropolitan counterpart is not actually providing. And even to the point around roads, and obviously very supportive of roads to recovery, but we're sort of seeing, you know, I think it's 94% increase of freight on regional roads, and often those roads are being used by vehicles that are sort of travelling on local roads because there's not really any alternative option. So it's not even just that the responsibility across a range of infrastructure, which I've mentioned, but it's also the use of those facilities that is continuing to increase. And pre-COVID, we did see that our regional capitals were growing, but since COVID, we're really starting to see such a significant impact of people moving into these areas. And with a sort of a historic rate base trying to service a growing population, we just don't fund growth appropriately from a local government perspective. So there's a range of things like developer contribution plans that, you know, are really only ever a contribution, not the full plan, that we're starting to see pressure building around the system. So that the funding mechanism hasn't reflected the change. It hasn't reflected the way that regional areas are growing, nor has it reflected the service role that these areas are playing as well.
Okay, thank you. What about the infrastructure load, and particularly the asset renewal? Do you think over the last 20 years you've seen across particularly rural, regional and remote councils that you've got an increasing number of assets that are at category 3 or above that are urgently requiring renewal, but the FAG, the financial assistance grants formula, really isn't taking that into account?
That's correct, and I think that in our submission we pointed out that so once according to ALGA, the indexation freeze from 2014 to 2017 cost local communities $600 million in services and infrastructure investment. And that's obviously an older figure, and I'm sure ALGA has represented a more up-to-date figure than that. But actually that has started to compound. And there is absolutely no doubt, we're sort of seeing at the moment things, particularly in the space of airports. So, there's significant adjustments that are required to ensure that airports are keeping up to date with CASA regulations and also sort of changing nature of aviation. And yet these facilities are running at an average of $200,000 loss every year. And then when you sort of add the other sort of facilities on top of that, particularly water at the moment is now proving to be one of those things where Auditor General reports across the country are sort of pointing to the fact that these facilities are ageing and they're not sustainable. They're not able to deal with sort of the population growth that's sort of coming into them, but also the fact that they're inefficient systems just due to their age, which means that, clearly there are some challenges in trying to incorporate the sort of future ask around those facilities. So we sort of, one of the things that regional capitals has really tried to do is target sort of pots of money that exist across the federal sphere. But what none of that actually recognises is that in a regional area, those assets haven't really been invested in for probably close to, there's not been a significant sort of pipeline of investment across airports, water infrastructure, or even, to some extent housing at the moment as well, that's really allowing these facilities and these cities to be able to keep up with what the infrastructure is demanding of them.
Country Mayors, have you got any comments? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Pepper, I'll just say Mrs. Briggs, I think, has got some comments around that as well. Yeah.
Can I just add to what Rachel's been saying and support it completely? We have a big issue in our rural and remote communities around sewage treatment plants. They're all ageing. There is insufficient population to actually generate sufficient income to raise what you need to build a new sewage treatment plant. There is no dedicated funding until until it goes critical, and then it takes years to build. So, you're talking millions and millions. We've got, STPs everywhere. We've got with problems. We've got, as Rachel mentioned, water is an ongoing issue. Potable water into plants that are ageing again, and small rural and remote communities don't have the funding for that. There's no pool of money available for them to upgrade them. But there's also the other things like public pools and other public infrastructure which constantly needs refurbishing. Pools are a big issue. A lot of them were built in the 50s and 60s and are coming to the end of life, and there is no funding for those either. And in small rural communities and where the population is quite small, it costs as much to build, basically it costs as much to build and possibly more because they are remote, building infrastructure there as it does to perhaps build it in a regional city or somewhere else, So, and we've seen post-COVID the costs of building infrastructure go up. Most of our councils say around 30%, so 30% on a $10 or $15 million sewage treatment plant is a considerable amount of money. So we're falling further and further behind, and I agree with what Rachel was saying is that the scope of services that rural, remote and regional councils are now required to provide as they leap in when there's market failure, which I mentioned before, in rural and remote areas in particular, when they're, they have to do an entire doctor's surgery or medical centre in order to attract a doctor. And on top of that, I think, is an ageing workforce that needs to be replaced, okay, and an inability for many of our councils to provide competitive wages to get people who want to live in remote and rural locations. So we're paying a premium, and we're paying a premium in a skills shortage environment to get well, I would say professionals, but almost any kind of staff in. And that is impacting on our financial viability as well, that, we're paying more to replace the people that are retiring than we've been paying them. So that adds extra pressure to what we're doing.
Well, yeah, it's a substantial. It goes to the heart of what he is looking at. So, what are the solutions? How do we as a committee consider, particularly market failure, where it's it's in the commercial space, but council's picking up the slack? How could changes to horizontal fiscal equalisation better direct funding to regional, rural and remote councils, irrespective of a change in the amount that's available for distribution?
Well, it's interesting you say that. The New South Wales Grant Commission is actually embarking on a review of its methodology, starting in the new financial year, which of course country mayors will be participating in. But, at the end of the day, a piece of elastic only stretches so far before it breaks. And, you can only get so much productivity, you can only get so much efficiency, you can only move the chairs around in the Titanic so much. Before at the end, you still get the same result. Our councils cannot generate own source revenue at a rate that makes up for the lack of funding that they're getting from state or federal levels. They just can't do it. There's just not enough people there. They're expecting to do more and more with less and less. And, at this point in time, it's about, for some of them, cutting service delivery just saying, well, the library won't open for this many hours, or, you know, we won't be able to provide this cultural event. We won't be able to. They need to sort of start cutting things to try and make ends meet. I don't know that shifting the methodology around is going to make a big difference. However, there are quite a number of our members that think that the legislated 30% of the Commonwealth grant that is distributed per capita needs to go lower to allow a greater pool of discretionary, if you like, discretionary grant that the State Grants Commission can distribute based on the needs of the individual councils.
Thank you for that, Chair. I have more questions, but I'll defer them for now to give Ms Brisky time to as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Brisky.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for and to those appearing, I really appreciate the input and also consideration and advocacy on behalf of our regional and remote councils. Some interesting evidence that we've been collecting over the course of this inquiry has gone to some of the innovations that are happening, especially in regional and remote councils, and ways in which they are collaborating with each other to share cost-for-like services and finding different ways to spend and effectively make the dollar go further and looking at alternative ways of revenue raising. I wonder if, from your experience and the work that you are doing with your particular cohort of people, what you have seen on the ground, especially in the regional capitals, but also across New South Wales, the innovation that's happening for some of these councils. Could you elaborate on some of that?
I think there is, sorry, it's Rachel from Regional Capitals. There is quite a significant sort of push around shared services, which we understand, has been, I think regional councils have been doing that for a great many years, so back of house sort of services. There's opportunities where, particularly in a shared sort of regional space, where that sort of shared service back of house can occur. So those innovations, I think, have been long-standing within regional communities, and I think that will probably continue just out of cause of necessity. But I guess, and I suppose even to extend the point of innovation, particularly around, if a regional area does need something like a doctor's service or a specialist service, then the councils are then able to, I suppose, work together to try and put a business case together to sort of fund those sorts of services. And that is truly innovative, whichever way you look at it. It's, you'd be hard pressed for a metropolitan council to identify where they're putting some of their rate base to attract doctors into the area. And I think those sorts of things seem to be highly innovative. I guess the other point that I would just sort of make too is innovation is amazing and will, continue to increase service efficiency, but it will only sort of get you so far. And I think just to maybe touch on the previous point from a regional capitals perspective, we would really be highly advocating that we do need a sustained increase in the amount of financial assistance grants. But in addition to that too, and we understand that that's probably not something that is currently on the cards at the moment, but in lieu of that, we really do need a sustained and guaranteed source of funding, similar to something like the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund, which recognises the increased service role that regional areas have. And if we don't have that, there are serious challenges about what can actually be delivered on behalf of these, because grant programs, as we stepped out in our submission, start and stop, and there is absolutely no guarantee of getting access to funds, and there's many instances across our members where infrastructure is starting to fail. So innovation is one, and we really do believe that there's regional areas do that well, but it is also about just highly recognising the fact that we are getting to a point that that those sort of funding mechanisms need to be addressed.
Can I just Can I just add to that, in that innovation space? Prior to joining the country mayors, I was the CEO of the Riverine Eastern Regional Organisation of Councils, of ROC, and its role was to find ways for councils to work together to get more efficient and more effective. And we worked across everything from shared road safety officers to tenders for electricity and bitumen emulsion to save money, to, you know, events for youth, to innovative approaches to dealing with waste. But at the end of the day, it doesn't actually help you pay the wages. What it does is it allows a lot of the innovative things that councils do. It doesn't actually lower the operating costs, but what it does do, it allows them to expand offerings in places where they really can't afford to do it, like in youth services. By banding together across a region, you can do youth services much better than you can, you know, singularly. You know, by banding across, you can tender for products and get those economies of scale and scope by doing that, not just for product but for services as well. But at the end of the day, it doesn't. It allows you to deliver things more effectively and efficiently, but it doesn't necessarily lower your operating costs. And, you know, 40% of a council's budget, at least 40% of a council's budget is staff. You know, so and this is an incredibly rising cost for us, and it's going to get worse. And it doesn't matter how innovative we aren't going to be able to attract staff unless we have competitive salaries. The more remote you are, the more competitive you need to be. And that requires an increase in funding, and it's some kind of permanent increase in funding. And while that might not be on the table, I think it is something that needs to be considered. Country Mayors is running a program now called Invest in Us, so we can invest in our community. We think that increased funding in the financial assistance grants is an investment in local government that allows us to invest in the communities that we represent. And we think that for too long it's been seen as a cost to the federal government. But, you know, if you stop and think about all the services that you use every day that your local council provides, from the footpath you walk in, from the park you sit in to have lunch, from where your kids play their soccer games, from, you know, the street lighting that lights your way at night, every one of those things is provided by council. And an increase in the financial assistance grants is an investment in our councils being able to provide those services to the communities who vote for the federal government. You know, I think, you know, you can only stretch the money so far, and then you have to stop providing services.
No, thank you. I really appreciate that point. You know, part of this, obviously, this review is looking at all elements of the funding that is available to local governments across, obviously, the fixed grants and other avenues, you know, revenue sources for government. And part of the work that we're trying to do is map all of those, so including both obviously the functionality of the FAGs as well as roads to recovery, as well as other competitive grants and other ways in which funding flows through from government. The other, obviously, complicating factor, and I know a number of people have raised with us, has been around obviously the role of states, and the states play a very important role. They are they're ones that establish local government and have a lot of input. And I do note that in your submissions you do talk to an issue that we've heard a bit about around rate pegging and capping. I wanted to know whether that has, like, what sort of consultation, what sort of involvement you've had with the states on those issues, obviously New South Wales and Victoria, and where you think that is at, and the implication for that on regional and remote councils, obviously given the extent to which your rate base or rate payers are, you know, there's not as many people, and the extent to which that has an effect on your council.
Eric Brown here from Regional Capitals Australia and the City of Port Lincoln. Could I just add some innovative points that we've done as a region, just to provide a bit of context to the inquiry. I appreciate it's not the question being asked, but I just wanted to go back to the previous one, if that's at all possible.
Please. Go for it.
So just as an example of some of the things that we as a region do of 11 councils, and this is not on behalf of the ICA, this is an example on with respect to the City of Port Lincoln, which I'm sure will hold true for many other regions. We've got regional procurement. Many of the major contracts we've got are done in an aggregated way. That certainly saves money. Committees of practice. We have our groups of finance managers that get together. Rate specialists, workers' health and safety, environmental health, planning, building, etc., governance. They get together on a regular basis and actually provide a bit of a buddy system and actually share knowledge and process improvements, etc. That ensures that we're doing things as efficiently as possible. We've got a Grow Your Own campaign where we're actually looking to recruit environmental health specialists or people from school or wanting to do environmental health, planning, building, engineering, etc. We train them up as a regional city, and they then hopefully make their way through the neighbouring communities as they work their way up. We've got cadetships, etc. We have shared services across a range of issues: environmental health, building, planning, workplace health and safety. Many areas we provide shared services, and that's been done for an extended period of time. We even cross-place staff. So where someone has a gap and we might have a team leader that wants to take the step up to manager, we'd often place them in other councils, ensuring that they've got a clear way to move their way up. We share policies, we share workplace health and safety frameworks. We consolidate training. So, for example, as a regional capital, we'll actually organise the training to ensure everyone doesn't have to go to Adelaide, and then everyone will come here and do the training through us. We have got buddy programs. For example, new CEOs will have a buddy assigned to them to ensure that a lot of the actual regional information and is passed on. So I think it's fair to say that, and just reiterating the comments previously, there's a huge number of things that are being done to improve service levels, improve efficiency, and reduce the cost of doing business in regional councils. I think it's fair to say, though, that those councils are incredibly efficient because they've had to be and have been made to be over a long period of time. The difficulty, though, is that every time that a piece of legislation, almost as a rule, is reviewed, whether that be at state level or at Commonwealth level, the imposition on councils increases. And when you look at the number of pieces of legislation that apply to local government, and depending on the state that varies, but between 50 and 100 probably on average per council, depending on state, the number of things that have changed, imposing additional requirements on councils since the introduction of the financial systems grant has been incredible. In terms of what has changed in the last 25 years, the amount of additional requirements imposed has tripled. Now that's a rough figure, but the amount has increased at an incredible level and continuously increases every time a piece of legislation is reviewed. But the financial assistance grant, as we previously mentioned, and has been mentioned, probably over that same period of time, has reduced from 1% to a significantly lower percent of tax revenue. So just as an example of the things we do, that it's continuous. We continuously look for things to improve the efficiency of what we do, because we're the closest form of government to the people.
No, thank you very much. Did you have anything further on, though, the conversations you've been having with states around the rate pegging or rate things?
So regional capitals is obviously a federal advocacy group, but I do know that in Victoria there are endless conversations around rate pegging and rate capping, in Victoria, and rate pegging in New South Wales. And, what I actually do think is there is a growing recognition of maybe some of the challenges with it, but there is also often a metropolitan lens that's applied to this. So there's sometimes a view that if you change the whole system, that you're going to create a problem in a metropolitan context without sort of realising that you are also addressing a solution in a regional context as well. I think it's just fair to say that there is absolutely zero political appetite in my encounter with both the Victorian and New South Wales government to address that, and that is actually significantly problematic because, as we've identified, I think we're starting to see the pointy end of some of those decisions across regional Victoria and regional New South Wales. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just mention, just on the rates, is that they're not keeping up with the rising costs. They just haven't in New South Wales. We have, and local government New South Wales estimates cost shifting, which is essentially what Eric was just talking about, costs out local government $1.5 billion a year just in shifting the responsibility for infrastructure, for regulation, for the service provision to local government. It costs a significant amount of money. That's not covered by the rate peg either. It just doesn't keep pace. And because we have small populations, even if it looks like it's quite a large increase, and a large increase in New South Wales looks like 5.4%, you know, it's still not keeping up with the rising cost of the wages, for instance. And there are examples in our paper of, you know, councils getting a rate increase and still being $250,000 short of what they need to cover their wages. So it's just not keeping pace.
All right, thank you. Did Ms. Penfold, you had some extra questions, I think.
Oh, look, I'm okay. I think we've covered a lot of ground, so I'm happy to leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. I just have one other question, which is we've touched on as well, but we've also heard a lot of evidence from lots of different, size councils and things, and we've heard evidence from, really councils that have got really large growth areas. What would be your answer to that? It's sort of like a, extraordinary sort of, growth requiring rapid infrastructure. I don't know, how would you, what can the federal government do to help in that situation?
I can't recognise that in its rates methodology now. It actually adds a percentage on the top for population growth because it wasn't actually being factored in at all. So that's been important. I think that it does need to be recognised. Sudden growth, and I think Rachel was talking about it earlier, is that post-COVID, all of regional Australia has enjoyed a period of growth that none of us really anticipated and had planned for. And, I think going back to the regional cities, initial point around an infrastructure fund, I think that would be quite important, because what a lot of us are finding is that, a lot of our councils are finding, is that their infrastructure needs to be upgraded to support a population growth, but they don't have access to that funding. So I think, going back to the regional cities proposal for an infrastructure fund, I think that's one of the important things in trying to cope with growth and deliver things like water, sewerage, housing, stormwater, all of those kinds of things. Not to mention parks, gardens, sporting fields. There's an interesting article, I think, in Sydney Morning Herald yesterday about the inability in Western Sydney of the councils to provide parks, gardens and sporting fields for the children that have moved out to these new suburbs, and the councils can't generate sufficient income to build those well-being facilities because growth has outstripped the money that's coming in by way of developer contributions to enable councils to provide the services that communities need.
Ms. Love, did you have anything to add to how we can better support growing areas?
Diana, I'm happy to take this if you like.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, Rachel, great. Thank you.
I think from a regional capitals perspective, there's a couple of things that we sort of have identified, and I'll probably just give you some context for that. I think firstly, there does need to be a recognition that regional capitals are growing, and I don't think federal policy settings actually do recognise that. And I think even at a state level, I'm probably more familiar with Victorian context where determined growth areas have sort of bespoke sort of policy settings like what's called the GAIC, the Growth Areas Infrastructure Contribution Scheme, which is over and above a sort of a developer contribution scheme. But that has been very limited to a policy that reflects where growth was occurring probably 10 years ago. It doesn't really reflect what's going on in regional cities at the moment. So policy needs to keep up to context with what's actually happening in a growth story in Australia. I think also too, national infrastructure is something that sort of also doesn't really reflect the mid-sized growth that occurs in Australia. So for instance, the Infrastructure Australia ability to have projects assessed through that process has got a cap of about $250 million. Those projects, you know, that are considered sort of game-changing need to go and be put up through a state government process. But what we're actually starting to find is that things that also have a national sort of framework to support economic and social growth across Australia, and population growth being part of that story, if we were able to package up projects that exist across, say, our member cities, that could then reach the scale so that they're reflective of having the same impact as like a Melbourne airport, but we had sort of 10 regional airports that were packaged up and assessed with the same sort of framework, you would probably start to see better outcomes in infrastructure delivery, and I'd say that's the same with water as well. Currently, there's no ability for our members to put forward a water infrastructure project that can support the growing community to the federal government. That has to come through the state. So, you know, often we see a metropolitan bias coming through in the way that those are funded. And then I do sort of also just think that the ability to recognise that developer contributions are just a contribution. They are not the ability to fund the whole story, and also they're usually paid, you know, at the end of the process. So some sort of loan capacity where we could actually, you know, fund or borrow against future DCP earnings to put infrastructure in place before, you know, it reaches a crisis point would be sort of beneficial, I think, as well. And in addition to that too, just a recognition that, you know, there is a gap, and that competitive grant programs are really the opposite of what is actually going to get in front of what we now see across the country as you know, a lot of infrastructure backlog, because things weren't funded when they needed. They were needed. They were funded sort of, you know, 10, 20 years after they were needed.
Can I just add something to what Rachel's just said about pooling things? We were actually able to do this with federal government funding when I was the CEO of The Rock. And there was a federal government program that was about infrastructure. It's some considerable time ago now. And what we did, 6 of our councils put together 12 community projects, you know, because we didn't have one project that met the ceiling, the minimum funding ceiling, which was only $3 million. But we had 12 projects that made significant differences to the communities the small communities they were in. They were all rural councils except one, and Wagga. And we were able to pool those together under an umbrella of community meeting places, I think we called it, and we were able to get almost $3 million to do those 12 projects. It was run by The Rock, so it was a consolidated, it was quite an innovative approach. But it enabled the federal government to provide the money in a pool and then for it to be dispersed across multiple projects. Quite often, I agree with Rachel, the cap for wherever, or the minimum grant means that, you know, smaller councils and even regional councils can't access the money. But a more innovative approach to making the application would be really useful.
Okay. All right. Well, we might leave it there, but I'd just like to say thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Right, we might start. Okay, so I'll now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Yass Valley Council and Ms Stephanie Helm to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Stephanie Helm, individual.
Thank you. And Mrs Jones, are you there? Okay. Just keep going. Okay. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference today. So we might go to, I think we've got Ms Penfold there.
Yeah, hi, Alison Penfold, member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Thank you. And Ms Brisky?
Yes, thanks, Chair. It's Jo Brisky here. I'm the member for Maribyrnong in Metro Melbourne.
Thank you. And I'm Fiona Phillips, the federal member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast. I'm just checking, do we have Mrs Jones on the line? Okay, we'll keep going. So I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie Helm. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to appear today, and thank you, members. I hope to offer the committee a slightly different perspective, that of someone on the ground in a rural community, not working within local government, but directly experiencing the consequences when these systems don't function as they should. I'm a long-term resident, community volunteer and small business owner in Murrumbateman, New South Wales, within the Yass Valley Council area. My core point is this is not only a funding problem, it is a governance and a capability problem. There is a strong theme in submissions that councils need more funding to meet growing responsibilities. I don't dispute that, the pressure is real, but it is just one part of the picture. We need to ask whether councils have the workforce and the capability to operate effectively. Unfortunately, in rural areas like mine, the answer is often no. We need to consider whether councils are able to recruit and retain skilled staff. I know that within Yass Valley Council, senior financial roles, including Chief Financial Officer, have over the last few years remained vacant for extended periods. Yes, cost shifting from other levels of government is occurring, but we also need to ask whether councils are stepping beyond their core remit into areas that are the responsibility of state and federal government. We need to consider whether councillors have the capability to oversee complex budgets, debt and long-term infrastructure programs. The fact is, councillors are not and should not be parliamentarians. They are not financial experts, they do not have staffers or policy advisors. They are meant to be the check and balance on council administration, yet to do this they rely heavily on the advice of the very staff that they are tasked with scrutinising. And they are doing this on around $18,000 a year. So while I am seriously concerned about the quality of decisions, I also have a degree of empathy for the councillors themselves. They are being asked to make complex financial decisions in a system that is not supporting them to do so. And this is also making the job unappealing to many. At the last New South Wales elections, 14 councils were uncontested. In my own area, there were only 11 candidates for 9 positions. So when you combine limited talent pools with limited support structures and complex financial responsibilities, the conditions are ripe for poor decision-making. In my own area, unfortunately, this has had real consequences for the community. Yass Valley Council took on a $50 million loan in 2023 to build civic infrastructure on the basis that it would be offset by grants and asset sales with no rate increase required. When the loan decision was made, unrestricted cash reserves were around $50,000, stated by a recent report by Morrison Lowe Advisory. Morrison Lowe Advisory notes that they should have been closer to $10.7 million to cover monthly operating expenses. What has followed has been operating deficits, critically low cash reserves, increased fees for communities, including waste and public hire fees, and now the very real likelihood of a special rate variation. We had one just in 2016. That is not simply a funding issue, that is a governance and a capability failure. The warning signs were there. In my community, it was unpaid residents who raised repeated concerns over several years. Yet they were dismissed as frustrated ratepayers by councillors, council staff and, at times, the New South Wales Government. It took a lot of pressure to eventually persuade the Office of Local Government that these concerns weren't vexatious, that they needed to look more closely. And when they finally did, it was a shock to many councillors how bad things were. Because they thought that OLG was a backstop. Surely they would say if there was a problem. But OLG wasn't watching. It shouldn't be up to community volunteers to raise the alarm. There should be warning systems and proper oversights that do not wait until there is a financial crisis to intervene. I can only speak about my community, but I am aware that there is significant inconsistency across Australia in how local government operates, including governance frameworks, oversight mechanisms and, importantly, councillor remuneration. Differences between jurisdictions highlight that alternative and perhaps preferable models exist, and we should be striving for consistency in local government for residents right across Australia. Local government, at least in New South Wales, I believe is a system that needs reform. When local government fails, it is currently communities and businesses who pay the price and are expected to bail council out. So this is why I urge the committee to look beyond funding alone. Without addressing financial literacy, governance capability, role clarity and oversight, additional funding will not deliver improved outcomes.
Thank you very much for your submission. I might just check.
Is no one on chorus?
No. Okay, great. Thank you for your submission, and thanks for providing a new perspective for the committee to listen to, because as you know, we've really expanded the role of this inquiry to look at the broader picture.
Yep.
And I think that's really important, and as we've outlined why. So you talk about the financial capability of councils, but what can we do to address that gap? Like, what do you recommend?
Yeah, I think firstly, the financial training for councillors needs to be improved. So, and this is not a reflection on the current administration of our council. A lot of what I'm talking about goes back to when this decision was made to take out this loan in 2023. We did a GIPA request, some concerned community members, and confirmed that none of the previous councillors at Yass Valley Council undertook any additional training beyond their initial induction. So they do the initial induction and they're not receiving any further qualifications. So how are you supposed to assume that those individuals have the expertise to analyse really complex documents? A lot of what they're receiving, before council meetings is a week just in advance. There's an extraordinary meeting on this Monday. There's 250 pages that they received a week ago. The ability for them to be able to get across that when, as I've noted, this is a part-time job for many, and what they're being paid is essentially only going to necessitate that they can put in part-time hours. So they're just not able to actually get across it. So I think training, more time, and also potentially access to independent advice so that they don't have to go to council staff to ask for explanations about things they're supposed to be scrutinising.
Mm. And what about, I think when you were in your opening statement, you were talking about positions being unfilled and that sort of thing. Can you make any comments about that and any recommendations that our committee should consider?
Yeah, so I don't have the direct numbers on how long those positions were not filled, but I remember at the time, it could have been going on 12 months or more that they didn't have a CFO, that it was being shared with another council. And I really do think not having a CFO position contributes to those decisions that have now led us to the position we are in now in Yass Valley region. I think that there is a challenge in regions such as the Yass Valley where we are very close to Canberra, and so there is a much more lucrative opportunity for many professionals in Canberra. So it's difficult for rural councils to compete with those jobs, particularly now in the era of working from home. I think that it's becoming less attractive to work in councils because you don't need to work in the region that you're living in. So rural councils have a particularly, I think, unique position in they've got wide areas that they've got to cover. They've got the same responsibility as metropolitan councils, but we aren't providing them with enough money to attract people that actually could do the job properly and make sure that all these things are being covered off.
Okay, all right, thank you. I might go to the Deputy Chair, Ms Penfold.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you, Ms Helm, for appearing today. Have you given any thought to who pays for upgrading the skills of councillors?
Not myself. I guess as an individual, I just don't want it to see as the community any longer. It's getting really hard for our community. As we all know, the situation at the moment is pretty dire with other things such as fuel. I run a tourism business. It's getting very, very challenging. And we're looking at another rate rise. And we all know in our region that it's because of poor decision making. So all I know is that the community shouldn't be paying for this, and it needs to be a real consideration about whether, what the funding situation is, but making sure that it's being directed to the right things and that we're giving councils the capabilities to manage that funding.
Sure. Have you had a chance to look at any of the submissions from any of the councils in terms of what noting what you say, but also noting what councils are saying and the pressures on them, the challenges they have in terms of keeping pace with infrastructure needs and the impacts of cost shifting? Did you have a chance to look at the other submissions?
I did, and as I mentioned in my opening statement, I completely agree that there is cost shifting. I do think, though, that the roles of local government, particularly in New South Wales, could be more clearly defined, that there are areas that local government is overlapping with state and federal responsibilities, which is not necessary. Definitely in terms of natural disasters, that's something that I think that the government needs to consider whether the funding for that is appropriate. A road in our area was closed for 6 months, a connecting road for tourism, which my business lies along. And it was closed for 6 months because council couldn't afford to fix it because they had to wait for the money to come from the state government. And I believe the joint council, the Canberra Region Joint Council, mentions that in their submission. So I am aware that that's happening. I just think that from what I'm seeing, there is also a huge skills gap, and we're expecting a lot out of council without ensuring they have the expertise. And I think that we just need to make sure we address both issues.
So would you be proposing, for example, that all councillors need to undertake a AICD directors training or something of the like? Is that what you're proposing?
I mean, I think that would be incredibly valuable. I know that some do that on their own, but yeah, it should be a responsibility. I mean, these are people that are making huge decisions for community, for the future of communities, and they need to be equipped. And as I said, I think we also need to ensure that in New South Wales particularly, that councils can afford to pay their councillors, or the remuneration tribunal recommends that the councillors are paid a wage that actually encourages people that have, these skill sets that are at the moment likely not applying, not standing, because they can't afford to. At the moment, the job of a councillor seems to be either for the very rich or the retired.
Mm-hmm. But would you be expecting people to have these qualifications before they stand? I mean, I would certainly be concerned that we would therefore be isolating who would actually put their hand up for council. We're looking for a broad cross-section of people. Yeah, do you have a view on that?
Yeah, and I don't agree with that. Obviously, it is still an elected position. It's just that if we are putting them into a job to make these decisions as a board, essentially, then they need to be equipped with it. As I said, they don't have staffers, they don't have advisors, so they're making decisions at the moment based on what gut feel, if they haven't had the financial training. So we need to really emphasise, as you say, once they get in those positions, so not necessarily beforehand, but that when they get in those positions, they are equipped with the skills, with the services, with the support to be able to analyse, as I said, the 250 pages that they're getting a week and understand it.
Mm-hmm. I guess there's another aspect too I'd be interested in your views on, because often councils are having to deal with, challenging development proposals and, renewable energy zones have proved very challenging in terms of earning a social licence to operate. Do you have any views? You talk about financial skills. What about social understanding, social licence skills? Have you thought about that aspect of the responsibility of councillors?
I feel like this is probably getting out of my wheelhouse here, but I think it does probably come back as well to clearly defining local government's role. We all know back in the day it was roads, rates and rubbish. If we are saying now that they are having more of those social licence roles, I think we need to be very clear about it and clear about where state and federal responsibilities lie as well.
And final question. Local governments are an act of state parliaments. Is it your view that the definition of local government roles needs to stay with the states, or are you proposing a sort of to address this issue to look more at the federation model? Look at federal governments, and we're recognising in our constitution the role of local government.
Look, I'm not sure that I'm going to go that far. For me, I think at the moment, and what I wanted to come here to the committee to say was really to illustrate the problem. I don't have all the solutions. So that I am a volunteer, so this is not my full-time job. I'm only here because I care about my community, and I hate to see that our community is suffering under poor governance at times. And as I said, not necessarily through the fault of the current administration, but just honestly the way the system is set up is not functioning. And I think that there needs to be something done to consider how we can make it better. And as I said, perhaps it's looking at other models in other states. I'm not aware, but from what I'm seeing in my region and the councils surrounding us, we're all struggling.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Helm.
No worries.
Thank you. Ms Brisky, do you have a question?
Yes, thanks, Chair, and thank you, Ms Helm. I echo Chair Ms Penfold's sentiments around the contribution you're making that's sitting outside of some of the evidence that we've heard already. And so I'm really intrigued by your particular insight for this inquiry. I want to go to get your views on, as you mentioned, council are often on the front line of and the first to respond in emergency or disasters, and they do receive Commonwealth and state support in order to respond and ideally to mitigate and build back better. What's your experience been, what that you've seen, and in terms of the effectiveness of this and how communities are best served by this sort of arrangement?
So just to clarify, you just broke up a little bit at the end about the national natural disaster arrangements. Was that what you were asking about?
Yeah, that's right. So the ways in which we are supporting both from Commonwealth, obviously from a Commonwealth level, given our position, but also at a state level around the support that is provided to local councils in an emergency when disasters have happened, but also we've been looking at the ways in which we can better respond in order for councils to build back better and some of those arrangements. I just wanted to get your views or your experience from your perspective on how that is working.
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned, I have experienced myself the situation where severe flooding back in 2022 damaged a bridge on a connecting road in our region, and it took 6 months for that to be reopened. So it was closed completely. Now, that also didn't just have effects for tourism and businesses, but also for emergency services. This connects the town of Murrumbateman to Gundaroo and Sutton, so it's a very important road. It's also a detour road for any accidents that occur on the Barton Highway, which unfortunately are quite frequent. That's another issue. So I think, yeah, it definitely isn't working at the moment. And one of the things that I know from Yass Valley Council's budget at the moment was that they were having difficulty actually putting money aside in an emergency fund to prepare for these events. So they don't have money that they can draw on to immediately fix a road, which is really concerning because of obviously for safety as well for our residents, some of which can be quite isolated in the region. So I think it's a difficult one because they're definitely, as you say, on the front line, but they are not equipped to handle it as quickly as you need them to in a disaster situation. So that's something that I do think the federal and the state government need to think about. If they are expecting local governments to be able to jump in and restore access to, residents and to businesses, then councils need to be able to get that money immediately. They can't be waiting to get a disaster declaration and then get the money, which is what happened in this particular case. And whether that was right or wrong, I'm not sure. But I am aware, I'm not sure if it's the moment now, this is something you'd have to ask the Yass Valley Council, but they were still paying off some of the damage from that 2022 flooding event as well. So, I mean, what happens if we have a flooding event tomorrow? And as I said, again, the community and the communities are the ones that are going to miss out, and we shouldn't be relying on local government financial standing to ensure that our communities are safe.
So just to clarify, but thinking about both capacity to have funds available immediately, like even potentially, as you say, the ability for the council to build up their own that they can access immediately versus also then, sorry, not versus, but in collaboration or connection with the process by which state and Commonwealth can come in after the effect, after the disaster. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, and as I said, I'm not sure about the mechanics of that or how that would work. Yeah. I just am concerned that you might have one council that's prepared very well and has an emergency fund, and you have another that hasn't. And how is that the fault of the communities that are suffering the impacts?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Absolutely. Yep. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Penfold, do you have any other questions?
No, Chair, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, I might just ask one final one. So thank you for everything that you've said to us today. But before we go, what are your key sort of 2 or 3 recommendations for the federal government to help with local government sustainability?
As I said, it's a hard one because obviously as a community member, I see the problems, but in terms of solutions, I don't necessarily have access to all the information to offer that. I think it deserves further inquiry, and I think especially in terms of ensuring that we have a consistent system to as much as we can, given federation, that people living in different states aren't disadvantaged by different local government systems. We need to ensure that we are attracting lots of people to stand for council, that we're not paying pittance, basically, and only attracting those that, as I said, can either afford or have the time to stand, because at the moment you're excluding professionals from this role because they can't afford to give up their day jobs to do council. I think we really need to consider, the consistency across government, councillor remuneration and training, obviously, for when you're in the position, access to financial experts outside of council staff, and the oversight by the state government as well needs to be strengthened. As I said, it was very, very frustrating for those of us within Yass Valley Council that could see Yass Valley Council area that could see the writing on the wall and could not get anyone to listen. And as I said, unfortunately, our concerns were validated. Once OLG did look, they stepped in, but it could have happened a lot sooner. So what alarm system needs to be in place that triggers them to step in sooner, so that it's not communities that have to do the watching and the yelling?
Great. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I declare this public hearing closed.